set up. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the City's website. Other individuals in the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Please and thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes there are. Added is item 4.1, a delegation request from Fred White respecting the Hamilton Ward boundary review. Added item 8.5, property tax blend of properties with proposed revised ward boundaries, FCS 17019. And we have 5 added notices of motion. The first one is tax rebates for vacant commercial and industrial properties. Second is Federation of Canadian Municipalities 2020 Sustainable Communities Conference. 10.3, discussion between the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board respecting the Binbrook lands. 10.4, legal options respecting banning groundwater extraction. And 10.5, Federation of Canadian Municipalities of Ontario Board of Directors position.
Sorry, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Before I go on, I did want to also mention the unfortunate passing of former Councillor Marvin Kaplan, who served as a councillor in Hamilton from 1994 to 2003. Our sincere sympathies to his family, and I'm going to just pass to the Mayor if you want to say some comments, Mr. Mayor.
Just briefly, I did was surprised, like I think most of us were, with his sudden passing, and certainly saddened. And Marvin was a, some of the adjectives I recall would be passionate, bombastic, gregarious, very proud of his Jewish faith and his Jewish community, a great haberdasher in the fine tradition of haberdashery, and a great counselor who loved to have a debate and cared passionately about his constituents and his community, but also, more specifically about those that are more challenged in our community, the disabled and the poor. And, Marvin actually talked about social determinants of health very passionately a long time ago. He was way out ahead of the curve in terms of understanding that there were reasons why people were getting sick, and it wasn't just about the illness, it was about their life circumstances. And he was talking about that 25 years ago. It is now the lexicon that everyone talks about in terms of how we deal with some of those challenges. So I'm very saddened by his passing, and certainly pass on our condolences to Judy and his 4 boys. Very proud of his family. He had great kids, and we spent some time together with his kids and my kids. And I think we're going to miss the kind of character that Marvin Kaplan was in our community, and the kind of passion he brought to everything he did. And the last work he did, consistent with what Marvin was with the Social Planning and Research Council, still working on the very community-oriented things that he was so caring and passionate about. So we're going to miss him. We're going to miss him deeply, and certainly pass our condolences on to his family.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, absolutely well said. Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I too will miss him. And just I was thinking last evening about the many years ago when the Board of Governors and the Hamilton Future Fund first started up, and Marvin and I served on that for quite some time, and also he was very, very active in the business community with the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. And I chaired the Government Affairs Committee there for, I think, 7 or 8 years, and was on the board. And, he was at every single meeting, and he really contributed a lot to the discussions. Yes, he liked to debate, but he was very passionate about the businesses, particularly small businesses. So he will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Moving on now, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none, thank you. And can I please have a motion to approve the minutes of the January 18th meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Skelly, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favour? Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to our delegation requests. We have 4.1 is a delegation request from Fred White respecting the report CL 16009B, City of Hamilton Ward Boundary Review for February 1st, 2017. And we do have copy now, Madam Clerk has advised us. So is there any discussion request regarding this request? May I have a motion? Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Sorry, I've just noticed this notice of motion for the bottled water, and I have to declare a conflict of interest in that. Sorry, it's just on my blotter this morning. My husband works for Coca-Cola.
Thank you. Madam Clerk has that. Madam Clerk, yes, thank you.
Thank you. I do have that. Item 4.1 does not have text.
Oh, sorry.
It does not have copy. It's 6.2 that has copy now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So may I have a motion to approve the delegation request for today's agenda? Moved by Councillor Jackson, second by Councillor Farr. All in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We have consent items before us. They are items. I'm going to go through each one. 5.1 is Barton Village Business Improvement Area Revised Board of Management. PED 16081, Wards 2 and 3. Are there any questions or comments? May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Green. All in favour? And then we're going to move on to public hearings and delegations. A reminder to all the delegates that pursuant to the City of Hamilton procedural bylaw, a delegation shall be limited to presentation of not more than 5 minutes. So we have this morning 6.1. Alyssa Lay of Hamilton Hive, respecting the outcomes achieved by the Hamilton Hive and to demonstrate how Hive can work with the city to tackle its key priorities. Alyssa? Yes, Councillor Green, before she starts. On the list, thank you.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Alyssa Lai. I'm the past chair of Hamilton Hive. For most of you, you may know Hamilton Hive is well known, but you may not know it well. So here am I to talk about the outcomes of what Hive has achieved over the past 5 years, and also looking at the landscape of our young professionals, where there are over 150,000 millennials in Hamilton. So a little bit of what we do, we are a registered nonprofit, and for those of you who may not know, we are actually 100% volunteer run, and this has been the case for over the past 5 years. We have over 20 young professional groups representing all range of sectors. You may be interested to look at the appendices at the end of the presentation to look at exactly where sectors that we represent. We serve the Hamilton area in terms of 18 to 39, the people that invest in the city, the people that have the opportunity to make a difference here in the city. Our membership has grown significantly since day one, when we were first founded back in 2011, through the prosperity of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. So we do many different things, and in terms of what we have done, we have managed to establish ourselves as a go-to resource and network for emerging leaders and young professionals. This is most demonstrated in the communities that we serve. We offer hands-on career development to over 150 young professionals over the past 5 years, and 70% of them are recent grads. So they get to dabble in issues like public relations, sponsorship and stewardship, as well as event planning. So it's really talking about an organization for and by young professionals. We have also engaged and educated over 800 young professionals through our signature HiveX conference. This is the largest GTHA conference where we directly impact and attract young people here in Hamilton, including students. And we focus a lot on career building skills as well as city issues that talks about how can young professionals look at themselves in Hamilton, both personally, professionally, and also to build their families here. And our membership group, as demonstrated, we had 4 back in 2011, and now we've grown to over 22 groups that represent a wide range of sectors, whether it's arts, entrepreneurship, freelancing, you name it, we've got it. The whole point is more to provide a pathways of entries to different points where young professionals could build their lives here in this city. So what we have done well. One, we offer, enhanced professional opportunities for young people who are not just looking to make a difference in the city, but looking to get a sense of how do I exercise those skills and how do I actually get involved in city building issues and understand them as well. We are also really good at creating a space and forum for networking, collaboration, and partnerships. As a case in point, yes, please? Oh, okay, sorry. As a case in point, the 4 co-founders of Commotion on King, which is the largest Hamilton co-working space, are all met through Hamilton Hive. So you never know what could come out of a network like Hive. also do a great job in connecting young professionals with different areas of interests. Our member groups host a wide range of events, whether it's, tech-based events, architecture crawls, one day where we gather all the young professionals to volunteer, 101 day. The whole point is to connecting young professionals to issues that matter in the city and also encourage them to make a difference. And one thing I want to emphasize is to increase investment by young wealth creators. The term young wealth creators is coined by a report by KPMG. And what it is that it identified millennials who have the capacity as well as the economic means and also the interest to invest back in the city. And with the young wealth creators, they could create what we call magnet cities. So these are cities that attract the best and brightest, but also would encourage the economy to prosper. I want to cite, a recent report put out by the Hamilton Economic Development Plan for 2016 to 2020. And that report has identified the goals to make Hamilton the best workforce in Ontario. I'm pleased to say that Hamilton Hive and its networks are specifically mentioned under the workforce development area of the Economic Development Plan. And therein lies the opportunities to support existing networks of young professionals and groups, and also in youth outreach. And a lot of what we do in Hive is increasingly trying to align ourselves with city priorities. One of it is most recently the Our Future Hamilton initiative, where we work to bring together over 200 young professionals to provide direct input to the Our Future Hamilton strategy in a span of 3 different workshops during the past 2 years. So I can say for certainty the Our Future Hamilton plan has the input of our young professionals thanks to the collective effort of Hamilton Hive and its networks. 4 goals that are directly aligned with Our Future Hamilton: economic prosperity, a strong local economy, diverse employment opportunity, as well as employment and skills development. To end, I would like to say that our model has stand the test of time in terms of surviving over 5 years. We've actually gained a status as a registered nonprofit. So we're building our governance structure as well as our framework in order to better serve our young professionals. We have seen as a best practice in Ontario, where we are part of the Young Professionals Network of Ontario. And what it is that it's a province-wide of young professional groups, kind of like a mega hive. So you could say that it took it out of our leaf here in terms of what is seen as best to do to support young professionals. So that is the end of my presentation. I have there several lists of appendices for you to look at in terms of the background and the makeup of her structure here in Hamilton Hive. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to the questions from you.
My apologies again. I had Councillor Green, then I have Councillor Partridge, and then I have Councillor Aidan Johnson. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to Alyssa. Alyssa, I'd like to begin first by acknowledging your incredible leadership over the last 5 years. I know how long you've been working at this, and certainly with some of the turnover that happens with young professional, I just wanted to acknowledge you particularly for being there to guide the newer, younger professionals through. I remember when this started, being involved in the first HiveX and the second HiveX, and looking back at those people and seeing where they are now in terms of ascending to management, senior management, and the various sectors across the city is really encouraging.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned there's 150,000 millennials in Hamilton.
Yep, there's a recent report by the SPRC which actually say that millennials, the number of them have surpassed the boomers, and in fact the growth rate has surpassed Ontario in general, not just in Toronto where it's twice the growth rate, but in Ontario. And in fact the growth rate of young adults, I believe, is 20 to 35, has 4 times the Waterloo. So it's not getting there, it's happening. So this spec recently cited, an article called the Millennial Takeover. Takeover sounds a little hostile, but I'm here to say that we're here to stay. And what it is that our numbers are growing, not just in that, but our talents and skills. So these is a demographic that are the best and brightest in all different ages. So we look forward to working with different generations to further the city.
Wow, that's incredible. And so the HiveX, certainly early support from the Chamber, and now I think you guys have kind of grown. Have you looked at, now that you're a nonprofit, you're 5 years in, you kind of are showing and proving your value.
Right.
Have you looked at and are you familiar with our enrichment grant programs?
So we've certainly chatted with Councillor Collins, as well as reached out to the city clerk, I believe her name is Rosie, as well as Carmen Bien, who we are exploring opportunities in terms of applying for grant. We only recently became a nonprofit in end of 2015. So all of this is very new for us in terms of establishing a strategic plan and also figuring out what are the grant opportunities to further support this body.
So last work on the strategic plan, what have you identified as your top priorities here in Hamilton for the millennials?
So a few things. One is enhancing professional and personal outcomes of young people 18 to 39. And also community engagement is a big thing as well. So talking about not just Hamilton Hive getting involved in the community, but bringing the body of young professionals to Hamilton, as well as, figure out ways where they could get involved and engage. As sustainability is a key factor for us as well. We recognize the fact that for us to run properly, we need to have a full-time staff or a part-time staff. And the reality is that I always joke, we are a young professional organization. I like to be able to pay young professionals to do the work because it ties in directly with our mandate. So those are the goals we are working towards in achieving sustainability, as well as enhancing professional personal outcomes of young professional and also community engagement.
So last question, I heard you say from 19 to 39, is that correct?
18 to 39.
18, so I still have a couple years left. Thank you very much, Alyssa.
Well, we always say we never check IDs at our events, and that is actually, the informal tagline of our young professional organizations. Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and good morning, Alyssa.
Good morning.
I actually had the pleasure several times of speaking with you and being at many events together, and I always appreciate how engaged the young people are in our community. I personally feel very good about our future, and having you folks here to support us, I think, is great. You mentioned Hamilton Hive, your exhibition. When is the next one?
The conference happens in the fall. It will likely take place either the end of October or early November.
Okay, so that is in the fall area, and you will be putting out information on that, I'm assuming, with a couple months beforehand?
Yes, information on call for proposals, as well as different opportunities to partner up either in sponsorship or different ways to get organizations involved.
All right, and can you just clarify, Madam Deputy Mayor, the attendance and how it's grown since you first started your conference?
So I remember back in 2011 when the conference was started, there was about 100 people and it sold out immediately in Sheridan. Yeah. And in over the years, as a case in point, last year we had over 350 young professionals at the cotton factory, mind you, on a Saturday. And what is fascinating to me is that a huge number of them, at least 30 or 40% of them, are students. So these are students from McMaster and Mohawk taking the bus likely to the cotton factory on a Saturday for a conference full day. So it signals to me that we have the opportunity to shift the conversation and getting people to places as well as in areas, issues that they may or may not know about. So Hive is a great example where we've managed to done just that.
Well, congratulations. There's much to be proud of. And I want to say thank you very much for all the work you and your team and all the young people and their commitment to the City of Hamilton. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As Chair number 6, I feel incredibly proud to be standing here and to be working with many, many young professionals who help make the city better. So thank you for the opportunity to present once again.
Thank you. Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I'll be quick.
Yep.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I had the privilege of being invited to speak to the Hive in my first year as councillor and had a really positive experience meeting the group, and I'm looking forward to the next invitation and my next experience with Hive.
Wink, wink.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say I acknowledge the group as an important leadership group in the city, and I just wanted to thank it for its fantastic work. That's really all I have. Thank you,
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I have Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
So equally, thank you, Alyssa, for all of the great work for Hive and all of your members. And the stark reality is, when you look at the numbers, we are building a city for the millennials going forward, and so I think it behooves us to work closely with you and your group and all of the young professionals out there that care so passionately about our city. And one of the we had an engagement the other day about the different generations that employers deal with on an ongoing basis, millennials being one of them, Generation Y, Generation X, baby boomers, the crowd that I'm in, and those that are pre-baby boomers. And there's still a few of those left kicking around as well. And we all have kind of different parameters and different approaches to how we see work. And I really appreciate the approach and the attitude of the young professionals today. They're much more engaged. I think you'll attest to this. Much more engaged than I think previous generations have been. Much more concerned and passionate and politically active, in fact. And so I really appreciate the work you're doing. Looking forward to continuing the interaction we have on an ongoing basis, and really appreciate the great advocacy work that's being done to talk about the future city of Hamilton and what it needs to look like to meet the future needs of the young professionals that are coming up that are going to own this at the end of the day and lead this, I'm assuming. And you know what? You're one of those candidates that are demonstrating great leadership in our community. So thank you for all that great work.
Thank you very much, Mayor Eisenberger. I still remember maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, we had an all-mayor candidate debate where 8 out of 12 candidates were present, and that's a testament to not just the power that we have, but also the interest that we have in getting people to engage in municipal elections and politics in general.
Thank you. I have Councillor Farr.
Alyssa, hi, and thank you, and congratulations. I hear you did a great job.
Thank you.
Who's taken over through you, Chair?
His name is Michael Parente. He's Chair 2017 for Hamilton Hive.
Awesome, good. And thanks again, and I echo all the accolades that you've already heard, but I do have a question. I think you're smart enough to tackle it here, and I think we should get it on the record. As it relates to your mission, and in particular, from Hive's mission on contributing to city building for a sustainable Hamilton, through you, Madam Chair, and representing today here before us 150,000 millennials in our community, folks that we're making decisions around this table for as we look to the future. You are the future of Hamilton. What do you mean by, through you, Chair, contributing to city building for a sustainable Hamilton? What is a sustainable Hamilton in your view?
I think that's $1 million question that many of us would like to answer. And I think sustainability ties in all different facets, not just the environment sustainability, but also the health of the people, and people in all different spectrums, as well as, the health of the economy and socially as well. I always like to say that the issues that Hamilton faces are the issues that young professional faces, whether it's poverty, whether it's affordable housing. And as a matter of fact, the Hamilton Community Foundation published a report on vital signs talking about the economic prosperity of Hamilton and how there's a lot of potential in nurturing this young demographic, but at the same time, they are facing many, many challenges that the average people would face, affordable housing being one of them, as well as the poverty line. So to think about the young people and the young demographic in the landscape is not to view it as exclusive from Hamilton as a whole, but to take the opportunities as well as the skill set that we have here and bring them in figuring out how we can massage and work together to tackle some of the city's biggest issue. And I believe the Vital Signs report specifically cautions, saying that in order for the young demographic to prosper, we need to tackle some of the core city issues that are in many ways related to the vitality and the growth of the young professionals here in Hamilton. So in a nutshell, to answer your question, sustainability covers, a wide range of dimensions, whether it's environmental, whether it's personal health, whether it's poverty, or whether it's social and economic. And what I would say is that to not separate it from what young professionals are feeling, but to use their talents and skills in order to further the goals of the city.
Madam Chair, we did not rehearse that Q&A. That was just a wonderful answer. Great work by Hamilton High.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Farr.
Thank you, and I have Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually attended a while back a couple of Hive events, and it was enlightening to sit at the table with these roundtable type of discussions and listen to firsthand experiences of those that participate in those discussions. And I can say that it was very informing for me to be part of that process. So whenever those opportunities prevail, I would continue suggesting extending those invitations so that the leaders that represent larger populations are being enlightened by the issues that are being arrived at through those kinds of discussions. So great work. Clearly, one of the fastest population growths in Hamilton are the seniors, which is demographically being identified and a challenge for cost in regards to the city. Then we have the what you've identified in regards to the millennial population, and then there's the sandwich population.
Yep.
So we have good, strong representation through the Seniors Advisory Committee to deal with a lot of the seniors' issues. We have good representation now in regards to the issues and concerns of the millennials, which is a growing population. I guess the question is, are we missing a band here in respect to addressing where they fall within the realms and challenges of the community? And that's the group in between.
To answer your question in a short way, yes. And the reason why I say this is because we are neatly sandwiched between the youth demographic, which I would say 18 and under, and then there's the in-between moment where these are the young adults in the making who have some wealth in them and certainly the talents and skills. And then you have the boomers with the aging population, which is really, really supported by the age-friendly strategy that's put on by the city. And I think there's the opportunity to massage as well as hone in the talent that we have here in that small sandwich population. The reason why I say this, I go back again to a report by the KPMG, very enlightening. Encourage you to read it. It's called Magnet Cities, and it looks at different key elements that makes the city a magnet city. By magnet meaning, attracting the best and brightest, economic prosperity, social health, welfare, etc. And what it is specifically identified the young wealth creators. And these are the people with some kind of capacity in them, either within their networks or within their economic, structure and wealth, to be able to invest back in Hamilton. I look at an example for the co-working spaces in Hamilton, the two largest in Hamilton. There are over 90 businesses out of Commotion and on King and Commotion 302, and majority of them are young professionals who are building companies, who are investing back in the local economy, and who are as well figuring things out to how to make the city better. But I also caution you one thing, because with every side of the story, there's a flip side to it, to the coin. Millennial precarity work is still an issue. Employability, underemployment is an often overlooked issue as well. So there are still issues in terms of getting millennials the health benefits they need, the pension plans, and all these issues are important to consider as much as we move forward towards prosperity, and to figure out how exactly we use the best and the brightest here, not just to keep them here and attract them here, but also to advance them here. So to answer your question, yes, there's definitely an opportunity in terms of using the talents and skills of this demographic.
I appreciate that. I, as a father of two millennials, I've, probably the other two will fit in that category as well. But two of them are graduated. One is has a management engineering degree as well as an accounting degree. And I'm hearing this from many parents because they keep giving me resumes of their children that have sought the highest education to get their professional status. And the biggest complaint I get from those parents is if they stay in Hamilton unemployed, so they're drawn outside of Hamilton and away from home. Through my experience, my two children do not work in Hamilton. They love to. They certainly have the professional credentials, but the jobs or the jobs that they can survive on in regards to income certainly wasn't there. They would be underemployed otherwise. That's the biggest complaint I'm hearing from parents. And I guess that is sort of a parent representation of what is happening with their children who fall in that millennial category. So understanding that there are millennials taking the bull by the horns in respect to saying, I'm not going to wait for being unemployed, I'm going to start a business or be an entrepreneur, and there's a certain element of that, but unfortunately that's not a large element of the overall population, so there's still a big group of people in our community that are underemployed. So as a millennial group, looking at the employment situation in Hamilton and what we are doing to enhance investment and livable wage jobs or jobs that provide opportunity for millennials, through all the discussions you've been having, have you identified some key objectives that you believe would be a recommendation that the city should consider?
Well, one key objective, and I say selfishly because I'm saying here on behalf of Hamilton Hive, is to invest in the young professional networks and groups and broad. The reason why I say this is because Hamilton's a magnet in terms of bringing in young people here. We have top educational institutions here, both Columbia, McMaster, Redeemer, and Mohawk. But what happens after that? So there's this buffer zone where there's a real opportunity to engage the young people here through a collective network of young professionals. As Denise Christopherson always say, you know, you can't be what you can't see. And I know personally when starting out, I look for fellow young people that I could aspire to be, and also share the challenges and opportunities and understanding of what we face as millennials in this demographic. And I could say for certainty, even for myself, coming as an international student, the decision for me to live and stay in Hamilton was by large because of the community and networks like Hamilton Hive. There's this buffer period where belonging is an important aspect, not just the job, but belonging could lead to getting a job. So when you belong in a city, when you feel welcome, when you feel that as a collective of people, there are like you who face the same challenges, and you're in it together, there's thought to be say in the power to the willingness to improve yourself, and also to think about different ways where you could eventually work and live here in Hamilton. Not discounting, you know, all the challenges to gain employment here, but going back to what I say about the buffer zone, is an important opportunity for both the city at large to identify how do we actually, you know, not just keep them here, but introduce them to the community as well as a robust network of young professionals where they see themselves as doing something better collectively with their fellow young professionals.
I appreciate that. I think where I was leading is it'd be nice to hear and focus on policy decisions of this council and priority decision of this council as it pertains to prevailing job, livable wage, or certainly a type of investments in our community that it can advance a lot of those individuals who find themselves underemployed or unemployed. And the last comment I was going to make is there was an article a number of years ago, and it was talking about Portland, Oregon, and I think it was called Rust Belt something, the article. And it was referring to the fact that with everything that Portland, Oregon has done, at that time it had one of the highest unemployment or underemployed professional people in all US of A. So I guess the reason why I want to focus on taking that energy and not only working and creating your hubs and your dialogue and your discussion and a place of belonging, but I also want to hear very constructive and pointed or even recommendations and how they might want to the city to consider in regards to meeting some of those needs. So do you see the function of the organization for looking at our economic development strategy, looking at the fact that, you know, one of the biggest challenges is employment or unemployment, and helping facilitate that discussion that can enhance opportunity for the millennial population in our community?
Absolutely. I think it's putting two and two together. It makes sense, like a puzzle piece. And I think that's there and where the opportunity lies. You have the lived experience here with our young professionals, the talents and the skills. And you have the city as a whole who look out for the entire community at large and recognize the key priorities there. So there's definitely opportunities to marry the two in terms of working together and to really think as a whole for the community.
Great. I look forward to seeing some of those recommendations coming forward in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Alyssa, thank you very, very much. Excellent presentation. You did great winging the questions, and I certainly wish you the best going forward. And I'm now going to ask for a motion from committee to move and receive this presentation. Moved by Councillor Green, second by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Alyssa.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
We're going to move on now to item 6.2 is, and I'm going to call, this is moving into the ward boundary review. We have delegation requests from Rob DeBrookie. I'm going to ask him to come down to the podium today, and he's going to present his views on the final consultant report.
Thank you, councillors. I welcome the opportunity to have this opportunity to make a presentation. There's a slight misspelling of my name on the agenda. It's D-O-B rather than D-U-B. The reason I'm here today, and I acknowledge it's a 5-minute limit, I did a presentation in writing in 2016 in November. I understand that's in front of you today. I want to ask Council to ensure that when you come to a decision on, with respect to ward boundaries, that there's proper respect paid to equality of ward populations. I think it's something that's important, and I understand that the Watson Associates report had to weigh many competing interests, but I note in their 15-ward proposal, 4 of their 15 ward boundaries vary by more than 10%. In the 16-ward proposal, 13 out of 16 vary by more than 10%. In fact, 4 of the 16, I should say, vary by more than 25% from average. While things have to be weighed against each other, the equality of population, I think, is something that's most important. When councillors are elected to represent people, and not disrespect to any Ward 14 residents or Ward 7 residents, but when you have 3 times as many people in one ward as compared to another, I think that's a fundamental undermining of democracy. My written report has various excerpts from Supreme Court decision in the lead case. I made an error when I reread last night on page 2. I said the quote that I have there is from, it should be from pages 184, 185 of the Supreme Court decision. The quote is correct. I just cited the wrong place. The Supreme Court has said there's no such thing as absolute equality, and that makes sense. But they also say there has to be relative equality. And relative equality means, and to use a word that courts use, that I don't ever use in daily life, variation shouldn't be countenanced. That it shouldn't be something that's taken lightly. And when we have proposals that come along that say, for other reasons, there's going to be a wide variation, they can be permitted, but they need to be permitted in very exceptional circumstances. And the Supreme Court case looks at Saskatchewan. They certainly authorize wide variations for the northern poles in Saskatchewan, but those are areas that people refer to as fly-in poles, where you have to literally get on an airplane to get from one community to the next. In rural southern Saskatchewan, where the whole of the city of Hamilton would fit inside one provincial riding of about 15,000 people, there's not a wider variation that's authorized there. I think it's important to realize that decision makers at the Supreme Court level have given great importance to that equality of population. I know you have many issues on the agenda. I'm here as an individual, but I think this is something that councillors should keep in mind when coming to a decision. I didn't realize when I was asked to come on this date that it's the same day that the Watson Associates report is being considered. But again, I want to make sure that there is at least one person that's coming forward and saying that's one of the priorities that should be considered by council. I'm trying to keep this to 5 minutes. On another issue that I've raised when I went to some of the public meetings, there's information that underlay the decision, the report that the consultants wrote that wasn't available to the public. So if I wanted to say, here's an alternative ward proposal, there was no way for me to see if it was balancing populations. And I don't blame this on the consultants. As I asked, and the information I got was that it was proprietary information, that somehow population numbers around the city was something that wasn't to be shared broadly. And there's nothing to do about that at this stage. But I would ask in the future if there is anything like this again, that individuals who want to make presentations, who want to make proposals that balance, be allowed to have the same access to, not individual information about who lives where, but just the basic numbers about how people are distributed around the city, so that if the city wants to use 2026 projections of population, somebody else wanting to do that should be able to have the same access for when they're making presentations themselves. I note that you have copies of both my written numbers, my written report, I should say, as well as the map that has relatively equal numbers between the wards that are proposing either on a 15-ward basis or a 16-ward basis. It's always up to council to decide how many members there should be. So one can come up with 12-member wards and 20-member wards. There are at least 2 proposals that I put in front of you that do have a relatively minor variation of 10%. They don't create ward boundaries that are not constant with basic communities of interest, but it does balance population better. If one goes forward with appeals, it's important to make sure that that you've asked the councillors, the people have the right to make the decision to consider those ideas. There are 4 ideas that I've put in front of you, and I would ask that you, when you make your final decision, consider greater emphasis being placed on equality of population. I hope that stayed under 5 minutes.
Yes, you did exactly. How's
there we
that?
go.
Thank you, Mr. Dubronki, and I apologize if I pronounce the name wrong. Can I just ask one question before
Sure.
I have somebody else, another councillor wishing to ask a question? Where on page 2 was that correction? I'm sorry, I missed exactly.
There's an indented section just
Yes.
above it. I say it's
Page-
cited at 170. It should be 184 to 85.
184 to 85.
Right.
Thank you. I just want to be sure for the
I
record.
apologize for my bad proofreading.
That's okay. Not a problem. And I have a speakers list now. I have Councillor Green and Councillor Aiken-Johnson. Thank
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. First, thank you so much for coming before us today and for your past work on this. I just wanted to say that I apologize that you didn't have the information available to you. It seems like that should be readily publicly made information. And so in the future, I will do my best to make sure that those pieces of data, those important pieces of information be made available to the public so they can have a genuine and honest opportunity to engage in this conversation. So given your experience throughout this, Madam Deputy Mayor, process, what do you anticipate would be kind of the next best opportunities for council? Like you've outlaid, what would be your preference?
Sorry, I don't understand. Next best opportunities for what in particular?
For what we have before us today. Like what would be your optimal and then your second best?
Well,
if we were to use ranked balloting as an opportunity here today.
Fair enough. The proposals that I've put forward in the 4 maps that are in front of you, not saying this immodestly, but I think they're better than the ones that are in the report because they provide for a greater equality of population. Again, because courts have talked about the importance of that, I think it was important to make sure that there were alternatives that were in front of council that provided for greater equality of population than what showed up in the report.
I'm going to ask a question, Madam Deputy Mayor, that you certainly reserve the right to not answer, and you always reserve that right. I'm going to preface it by with the following. In the event that the council does not go in a direction that you believe best represent the democracy, would you be willing to appeal this at the OMB?
I don't know that until the time comes, but it's one of the alternatives that I have for the future, yes. And I think it's important, and I don't mean that in any kind of threatening way, because obviously anyone can take an appeal forward of any council decision. But it's something that I think is an important value, and it's something that council, I believe, needs to consider when it makes its decision.
And I appreciate that. I want you to know in closing, I don't countenance this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aiken-Johnson.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Mayor, I, like our delegate, have turned my attention to the reference regarding provincial electoral boundaries in the province of Saskatchewan, which is a really interesting case because the court is split 3 ways. There are 3 opinions in the case. Mm-hmm. And the quotes that our delegate has very thoughtfully provided are important ones. One challenge that the Supreme Court case creates for us today, and it's very reflected in the well-chosen quotes, is, how can I put this? The fact that it says, yes, this is me paraphrasing, yes, as a general rule, it's good to strive toward parity as a principle. However, geographic and cultural diversity and the fact that not all communities are alike and that some communities need special treatment it is a principle that it is valid and legitimate to take into consideration. I see our delegate nodding. He's not disagreeing with my paraphrasing of a challenge the case represents. It's a complicated case. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying the ruling is contradictory, but it's one of these, how can I put this, something that's often very challenging and sometimes frustrating about good Supreme Court cases and good law in general is that it says this but balanced with this. So perform the balancing in a reasonable way. And the kind of trick is always in like what does right balancing look like? And then we get into a whole other complex conversation about what right balancing looks like. And that is the question I'd like to pose to the delegate. So given the acknowledged complexity of the case and the call for balancing, and I'll be interested to hear if he agrees with me that a call for balancing is indeed part of the case that he's brought to our attention. So yes, we need voter parity. Where does the need for voter parity end and the need for affirmative action and special treatment for special communities begin? That is the question I am wrestling with in the discussion that we have to have today. It's the question that I see most of the justices wrestling with in the case, and I'm very interested to hear the delegate's response. Thank you.
I didn't note this when I wrote it, but the quotes from pages 170, 172 are from the dissenting opinion, and on the latter pages 184, 85, they're from the majority opinion. So but even though they were ultimately coming to a different conclusion about whether or not what the province did was correct, they both agreed on the same principles that are in those citations, and they reject the idea of absolute equality. It doesn't happen often, but there have been American states that had a history of racial gerrymandering, for lack of better words, that were required to have literally a one-person variation, that every assembly district would have to have either 40,000 people or 40,001 people, and they would draw boundaries down the middles of streets. So that's the kind of, when the court says it rejects absolute equality, that's what absolute equality is. It is always a balancing act that any decision maker has to come to look at them. But the reason I mentioned the Saskatchewan decision about rural ridings, again, there are multiple rural ridings. And actually, if you look at the Supreme Court decision, they have a copy of the map, which I've never actually seen in a Supreme Court decision. When you look at the map that actually was being considered at the time, there are multiple ridings that the whole city of Hamilton could fit within a provincial riding of roughly 15,000 people. At that level, the court wasn't saying, when you talk about geography, that was enough to merit special consideration. Again, it was the two far north ridings that have some communities with roads, but have many communities without roads. That's the kind of area where the court, at least in that case, said special considerations for geography apply. And that wouldn't be true in Ontario in places north of Dryden, north of Kenora. But it doesn't just mean a little less densely populated. I wouldn't deny in the slightest that Flamborough is less densely populated than downtown Hamilton, but I would say that, in my opinion, it may merit some lesser population within a reasonable variation, but it doesn't authorize something beyond an accepted level. When the federal government sets up provincial boundary commissions, it gives them 25% variations. I note that there are other commissions, for example, in Alberta recently, that did the entire province with a 5% variation. So whether it's 5 or 10 or 25 is a legitimate choice that decision makers can make. I would say 10% should be enough. As I said, there are ones that do it within 5% variation. And if the question is, how do you balance things? That is a decision that for you, ultimately, you have to make. But again, I think as a member of the public, the idea that we have relative equality in terms of the numbers of people that each councillor represents is something that's important. And in the final line that I underlined, beyond this, dilution of one citizen's vote as compared with another's should not be countenanced.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll work up to a question with the following statement. One frustration that I have in our debate around our electoral boundaries is this. In my opinion, it's not good for politicians to decide the boundaries in a jurisdiction because of public perception of democratic process. In the case that we've been brought, and I'm so glad you brought forward the case. Thank you, because these are the principles that bind us, whether we like it or not. So I'm really, really glad we're talking about the case. The case itself is a great example of politicians not deciding boundaries. The Supreme Court, is ultimately the decider in this particular case, and that's a good model. I find it frustrating that the law of Ontario is putting us in this situation. So I throw that out. I wonder if our delegate has kind of a response or a thought on that topic. Because it's certainly on my mind.
I guess it's the old Winston Churchill quote, democracy is a terrible system except for all the alternatives. There are always going to be difficulties in any kind of decision that a council makes. But I don't know what the alternative is to having elected. Well, the alternative is to let courts of appointed people make decisions and they'll follow whatever principles they follow. I don't think that we would ask courts to make every decision about everything.
Actually, and thank you, Madam, through you, Chair. I was actually thinking of Elections Canada, Elections Ontario. Maybe we, I say this off the cuff, but I think my point will be clear. Maybe we need Elections Hamilton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead?
Prepared to move and receive the report.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. DeBroke, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And motion is to receive. Move to receive. Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favour? Thank you. We're going to move on now to 6.3 is Fred White. I'm going to call Fred down to the podium, and he also has a presentation with regards to the ward boundary final consultant report.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred White. I'm with the Upper Ottawa Street Association, Ward 6. I represent the people of Ward 6, and I'm here to talk about the boundaries. Over the years, we fought for the Red Hill and the link and everything we fought for. And under the Upper Ottawa Street Association, we got the Red Hill through. And I understand my name was pretty well into it. They took the F off and called it Red Hill. So anyways, that's part of the information. Now, I understand that boundaries have been, from our consultants, have come our way to Ward 6. The people have spoken. And I'm quite glad to hear that they have come our way. And I'm representing Ward 6, the people, because I'm the president of our organization. And I'm here to tell you thank you very much for the consultants to see our way to keep everything the way it should be. I think Mr. Victor Koffs over the years would really be happy about this. And I was told maybe to mention about the LRT. Victor Koffs got rid of the LRT partly that we did have here years ago because of cost. And I think that maybe that could be one of your thoughts to think about cost, because that's, you know, everything today is costing a lot. So in my backyard, I have a flagpole, not a money tree, and it's getting tough. And I work for Stelco, so I under the U.S. Steel deal, so I know how it is. So I just thought I'd come here and talk for the people of Ward 6 and tell them thank you very much to the consultants that helped us out and heard us and did our way for our ward. And Mr. Jackson is there to represent us here, but I represent them out there. Thank you.
So are you saying you do half of Councillor Jackson's work?
Pardon me?
You're saying you do half of Councillor Jackson's work, then?
Yeah. Well, I've known him from years way back when he worked at Stelco one time. And I worked there 32 years till CCAA came in. That's why I retired at that time. But they still have me on the Titanic, and we're trying to keep it afloat. But we're seeing how it goes with this with the president they got in the States. We'll see what happens right there, the way things are going to change.
Thank you, sir. And
any questions?
Councillor Jackson represents Ward 6 very well, and we're all very proud of what he does, and I'm sure his residents agree. Any questions of the presenter? Seeing none, Councillor Whitehead?
Move, receive, and thank you very much for coming forward.
Well, thank you very much for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you, and I'll have Councillor Jackson second to receipt of that. Thank you. All in favour? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Pleasure this morning. We're going to move on to the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force on Workplace Development, and we have the pleasure of having Ron McCurley, President of Mohawk College and member of the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force on Workplace Development, here this morning to bring a presentation forward. And certainly we had some photo ops out earlier in the atrium, and I'm proud alumni rep from Mohawk College. A number of councillors were out there as well, displaying a scarf and certainly wearing my alumni shirt. I'm very proud to be here and have you here as well, Ron.
So, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We struck the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force, quite some time ago, about a year ago, to actually deal with a gap in good-paying jobs that require people with specific skills and the availability of people with those skills to fill them. And that was one of the challenges that we were seeing out in the broader community. And I want to First of all, congratulate Mohawk on 50 years, proudly wearing the pin today as well, as many in the city of Hamilton employ would. I think there are many thousands of people that were former graduates that are working for the city of Hamilton, and I think that's certainly a proud moment for all of us to know that a college that started off with meager facilities up on the mountain has become such a fantastic conduit for learning and engagement in our community. So Ron, congratulations to your entire Mohawk team. Fantastic work. And Ron has done fantastic work on a volunteer basis on this task force that really included a lot of major organizations in our community. So it's been a great experience and really highlighted some very diverse and vibrant economic issues that we have to consider going forward, that we will. So I'm going to turn it over to Ron, and he'll highlight all the salient points in the report, and I think it's worthy of us to maybe do some thank yous later on after the end of the presentation on some of the great people that participated in this. So Ron, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead?
I also participated in the Blue Ribbon Task Force that was instigated by the mayor, and I'll leave my comments in regards to the good work that the committee did, but I really wanted to focus and take this opportunity to thank Mohawk College for all they do in our community. It is the 50th anniversary, and it didn't just start yesterday in regards to your contribution to this community's well-being and producing some of the highest level attainers in regards to your education system. I am proud to say that Mohawk College is in Ward 8 and is a great partner, and I wish Ron, you take a look at some of the growth and some of the great activities taking place, and all the faculty and all the staff, because I can clearly say that you're second to none, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what a better segue.
I am wearing the scarf.
What a better segue. Good morning, Ron. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the opening comments. Deputy Mayor, thank you for wearing your colors so proudly this morning. Appreciate that. And it is our 50th anniversary, but we're really here this morning to talk about the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force on workforce development. I'm pleased to be joined this morning by a number of the task force members. Judy Travis is here from Workforce Planning Hamilton. Welcome, Judy. And Keenan Loomis from the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. Also, Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Partridge both participated. We're active participants and very engaged members of the task force, and thank you for being here and obviously for your participation as well. So I've had the honor of co-chairing the task force with Hamilton Mayor, of course, and Mohawk Alumni Distinction recipient, Fred Eisenberger. And I agreed to this role because I share his view that successful communities of the future will need to have a strong alignment between economic expectations and workforce skills, welcoming everyone to play a role in building a healthy, resilient, and prosperous region. And before I get into the details of the report, I just want to tell you a little bit about how we got there. As I've said, the mayor struck the task force in June of 2015 to help our city get ahead of a looming skills shortage. It has a mandate of developing a strategy that strengthens Hamilton's workforce in both the short and the long terms. And along with the Industry Education Council, the task force has tapped the expertise of leaders from Maple Leaf Foods, United Steelworkers Local 5228, ArcelorMittal Dofasco, TIRCON, the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, McMaster University, Copley Limited, National Steel Car, Workforce Planning Hamilton, Tripemco, Burlington Insurance Group, and the City of Hamilton. So those are all the folks that participated directly. Over the past year, we completed what I refer to as a master's class in current labor market conditions here in Hamilton. And during our first year of work, the task force engaged in 3 primary research activities. First, to learn about the current labor market situation in Hamilton. Next was to hear directly from industry to identify barriers to workforce development. And finally, we've started to explore opportunities to enhance collaboration and to build that workforce capacity. Presentations were made by key labor market stakeholders, including Workforce Planning Hamilton, the Industry Education Council, and our school boards. And we promoted Workforce Planning Hamilton's employer survey. We hosted employer roundtables in the key areas of manufacturing, information, communication and technology, transportation and logistics, and life and health sciences to hear directly from local businesses. So let me just share with you a few of the key insights that we gleaned from this. First of all, we heard that succession planning was a major theme. An aging workforce has implications for internal planning for retirements and for the exit of key staff members. In particular, there are significant retirements in skilled trades and advanced manufacturing that require planning now to ensure that these industries have the workforce they need to continue to compete, to grow, and to thrive. These are challenges for our whole community because it does not just mean issues for one particular company. The competition for scarce labor becomes significant, and smaller companies start to become uncompetitive with the wage offerings of some of the larger players. I've been to Africa many times, and I can tell you that when the water holes shrink, the animals get more vicious, and we're seeing some of that now as there are huge gaps in the labor market. Participants also identified the impact of a multi-generational and diverse workforce on recruitment. Different generations have different expectations around work, and this can impact how companies can both recruit and retain their staff. And lastly, there was a significant discussion at all consultations on the key theme of matching jobs to skills and training. And there's an ongoing need to promote both skilled trades careers and other school-to-work pathways. And there was a need for a skills-driven repository to better match potential employees to employers. There were some specific issues raised around Hamilton itself, and by Hamilton I mean some of the challenges with locating businesses into Hamilton. One of these recurring observations by employers was for a profile building exercise, is what they asked for, a clear need to reposition the city from its historic steel city reputation by promoting the economic diversification that offers quality employment and the community itself. This could involve the creation of assets that support our Hamilton story, that features excellent quality of life and makes these assets available to local employers to support their recruiting in a very competitive environment. Some of this work has already started, but they're suggesting there could be more. We also heard strongly that we had to continue to make connections to key employment areas through transit. We heard several discussions around challenges getting service to some of the newer industrial parks in places like Waterdown, or challenges filling shifts because transit was limited or not running during the needed times of manufacturers, particularly in areas like Stony Creek. And you will see this clearly in our recommendations. We have 5 key themes for our recommendations, which I will outline now, and then I'll go into each of them in a little bit more detail. First, to build Hamilton's local workforce capacity, greater information sharing and new ways to collaborate among organizations and businesses are seen as priorities, as are ensuring that the skills needed by employers are supported by the training offered by the educational institutions. So that was a call out to us. Second, to develop initiatives to create and sustain local jobs, to retain current Hamilton employers and attract new ones. Local systems and supports must meet their needs, including the availability of local employees. Third, we need to achieve greater alignment between employer needs and skills development. Greater collaboration between educators and employers would ensure educational and training programs are meeting the skills, the knowledge, and the ability needs of local employers, as informed by labor projections, labor market information, and employer growth strategies. Fourth, we need to invest and create a local system to connect job seekers with local employers. A job matching platform developed collaboratively with community stakeholders would facilitate connections between employers seeking new workers and job seekers themselves. And finally, we need to address negative perceptions about the City of Hamilton. Establishing Hamilton as a community of choice for skilled workers, for professionals, and entrepreneurs require effective promotion, coordination, and active planning. And before we go into details, I want to make note that the recommendations of the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force align directly with the goals and the areas of focus in the city's recently approved 2016 to 2020 Economic Development Action Plan, which is great news. So let me just go into a bit more detail on each of these. On our first recommendation, we have 6 proposed actions. For each action, you will see that we've already assigned a leader and have some key thoughts on expected outcomes. These leaders have already agreed to their roles. I'll summarize these for you, and I'd encourage you to review the report in detail and note these plans when you have a chance. We recommend we strengthen formal and informal engagement opportunities among local employers, high schools, and post-secondary institutions to raise employer awareness of experiential learning programs, including specialist high skills majors and the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship programs. The Industry Education Council and Mohawk will continue to lead on this initiative. Next, we recommend that we showcase Hamilton's growing industries through a series of industry-specific information guides directed at secondary and post-secondary students and their parents, as well as the unemployed and the underemployed. And we thank Judy Travis and the Workforce Planning Hamilton for leading in this area. Knowing that early skills development can both make the first connection to careers and more able workforce, the task force recommends that we strengthen awareness of importance of direct work experience among students and job seekers as a means of demonstrating skills, knowledge, and capabilities. Industry Education Hamilton will support this recommendation by ramping up these efforts to make direct early training opportunities available. And I'll mention just one of these initiatives a little bit later. Workforce capacity does not only come at the entry level. To keep our workforce growing and strong, we also need to develop leadership and management skills through collaboration with local employers and post-secondary institutions. McMaster and Mohawk have agreed to play roles in building leadership and management capabilities, and we will continue to provide support in this area. We also need to ensure that awareness of importance of organizational memory among local businesses. Skill transfer amongst generations of key employees came through as an immediate concern, given the potential retirements. The task force felt that they needed this as its own action area. Again, we thank Workforce Planning Hamilton and our emerging local planning council to lead this critical piece of work. And finally, we have reiterated the need to review the public transportation limitations that challenge some employers. We know that work has been done, especially to support the newer, growing industrial and business parks, but our recommendation speaks to ensuring that reviews and revisions of existing routes consider employer needs and employee needs as a priority issue. So our second area focuses on the creating and sustaining of local jobs. In this area, we have 3 recommendations. First is to share regular business expansion and retention survey information with relevant organizations. This work is a critical part of the city's economic development strategy, and a broader sharing of the insights by ECDEV will be critical for us all to nurture emerging growth opportunities. Next is an increased business succession planning initiative through direct employer communication, information sessions, linkages to local organizations that offer business supports, and through social media. And when the broader community all appreciate the ongoing forward changes in our community's workforce, we can plan early to address these gaps. Last but not least, in this area, we need to continue to support young professionals in Hamilton. You heard Alyssa's report this morning, a clear example of investing in and supporting young professionals. She said it well, so I won't spend any more time on that area. We need to strengthen program alignment with anticipated employment and skills demands through formal and regular information sharing opportunities between training providers and the business community, and hold a biannual forum to evaluate the skill and occupation needs of local employers. This includes economic development, employment offices, the Chamber of Commerce, employers, and of course post-secondary and training institutions. Our third area of recommendation focuses on getting better alignment between employer needs and skills development. This is a skills mismatch. That's something that requires time, and to address, the more we get it right, the better prepared we'll be as a community to support the growth and the expansion of our local economy. One of the ways we know that works is to encourage employers to develop co-op programs that align with their needs in collaboration with high schools, colleges, and universities. Work-integrated learning will soon be required by the province, and ensuring that we have a strong established network of partnerships is critical to this. Our thanks to the Industry Education Council, again, for offering to lead this work in partnership with our school boards and our post-secondary institutions. One great example of this is a program that we celebrated last night at the annual general meeting for the Industry Education Council, and it's a program called ESTATE, which is Employer Skills Training Advantage to Employment, in partnership with the Ministry of Economic Development and Growth, Mohawk College Enterprise, the Industry Education Council of Hamilton, Express Employment Professionals, and the City of Hamilton, as well as multiple industry partners. This is an opportunity for us to deliver a high skills development program to youth in hard-to-fill manufacturing jobs. And so Cesar DiDonato would have lots of additional information on that if you want to learn more, but it's a great initiative, and it's been a great example of what we need to do here. Our fourth recommendation is all about connectivity. This has two pieces. First is the creation of a regional communication strategy to share information and resources and build awareness of available training opportunities and supports. The more we can support our existing, new, and potential businesses, obviously the better the outcomes. The second piece is to launch an online platform to support employers in the recruitment and selection process. Our task force has recommended that we leverage the Magnet platform. We've asked the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, who's been very instrumental to bring this to our attention, to lead the implementation and the promotion of this initiative to both employers and employees. Mohawk and McMaster are already on and users of this service. The task force, like this platform, and many of the larger industry partners consulted, felt that there would be a great alternative to the many job matching tools that are currently available. It would serve our community needs and allow us to link employers and potential employees through one application. And finally, we need to communicate and to sell Hamilton. The task force felt that it was critical that we ask our team at Economic Development to develop and implement a communications plan to promote the city's diverse economy, investment and employment opportunities, and the benefits of living and working in Hamilton. They can use social media as a primary vehicle to inform and engage target audiences, and this will address many of the key requests coming from our industry roundtables. Just before I wrap up, one other observation. After we launched our initiative, the province started its own work and wanted to learn from us. Our task force met with the chair of the Premier's highly skilled workforce expert panel to exchange insights and information. And while the scale of their work differs from the scale of our work, the mandates of the two are very similar. And their mandate was to make recommendations toward a long-term strategy on workforce development. Our work here in Hamilton merited a shout-out from the Premier's task force in the final report, Building the Workforce of Tomorrow, a Shared Responsibility. The just published report of the Premier's panel outlines themes and recommendations for all of Ontario, very similar to those being brought forward today by our task force. And this synergy suggests the potential for future cooperative endeavors, particularly in four shared themes: partnerships in the local leadership, labor market information, experiential learning and mentorship, and skills and competencies. Our task force members continue to connect with the province as part of the individual work that we do. As you can see from our work to date, the task force feels that this is just a beginning. With the support of Council for these recommendations, we know we can make important progress in supporting the city's workforce development going forward. We're obviously all very keen to get started and get this work underway, and we're hoping obviously that you will approve the motion before you this morning. Just as a final slide, I wanted to acknowledge and thank our task force members for their commitment and their very hard work. I want to personally thank the Mayor for his leadership and his foresight in bringing this group together. And on that note, the Mayor and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ron. Excellent presentation. I'm going to turn to the Mayor, and he will ask you questions.
So, no, actually, no questions. Just to thank Ron and to kind of end up where he left off here. All of those great companies and organizations participated, and if you look at the width and the breadth of that, it's Copley in the apparel industry. National Steel Car, McMaster University, Chamber of Commerce, TIRCON, ArcelorMittal, Dofasco. I mean, it was a robust group of industry leaders that came to the table and shared their input and advice with us, and I think that was a real testament to the fullness of the work that was done and evidenced by the report that's been created here, which I think is a forerunner to what the province has been doing, in fact. So Sean Conway was a former MPP and in a previous government was appointed by the Premier to do the similar kind of task force skills shortage work, and certainly was informed by the work that we were doing here in Hamilton. So we're kind of leading the fray on this issue, and we've had some outcomes. So the estate program, which is a matching of skills trades for young people to give them some opportunity, experience, and maybe an ability to seek out an enhanced career, is actually functioning right now. It's a 28-week course, costs them about $150, and is sponsored by the province of Ontario. It's a direct outcome of the work of the task force, and of course the great work by the Chamber of Commerce to bring to the table and get us rolling on this magnet, which is a process whereby people can apply to positions and see all that are available in the community here, and in fact even broader than that. So some really positive outcomes have happened already, and the great work that and leadership that Ron has shown has taken us a long way towards some really good outcomes. So thank you very much, Ron. I don't have any specific questions that have been part of that, but I'm certainly prepared to answer any if any member of council has any. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
My apologies for the disruption. I had a faulty chair. But I see on this list that you do have somebody from the Hamilton Area Steelworkers Council, and I know that at the Mayor's State of the City address, there was a request for participation from Hamilton Building Trades. I'm wondering if in your action steps moving forward, there might be a greater opportunity for our building trades and more broadly our Hamilton District Labour Council to participate in this.
Absolutely, and Labour also participated in one of the roundtables as well that we had, so we did have the opportunity to hear from Labour directly, but yes.
Just in terms, though, for clarity, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to President McCurley, with the action items moving forward, will they be continuing to play a role? And I say that because as our market shifts and a specific concern with what's going to happen potentially in our steel lands, uncertainty around those jobs, retraining, this might have a material impact on our workforce. I'm just wondering how we're planning around that.
So there are already ongoing dialogues between Labour and the college, for example, around a lot of our programs, skilled trades and apprenticeship programs. That would continue as that's a normal part of the way we would operate. Specific to the Blue Ribbon Task Force, there are opportunities for sure as we start to roll out some of these initiatives to ensure that Labour is engaged.
Excellent. I just, I'll continue to ask from Mr. Mark Elliker from the Building Trades that they be included in the conversation, and I certainly appreciate what's before us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just briefly, it's been really interesting and impressive over the past 2 years in my service as councillor to watch the growing relationship between Mohawk and McMaster. And I know that Mohawk very deliberately creates opportunities for its students using McMaster's resources, and then McMaster is creating all kinds of deeply valuable and enriching, community-enriching opportunities for its students by partnering with Mohawk. And I just wanted to say thank you. It's beautiful to see that growth and the Mohawk investment in Ward 1 that is resulting from it. So I'll look forward to staying tuned to that, and I'll simply invite President McCurley through you to let me know how I can help, because I see not only the economic value but the deep cultural value that flows from that. So thank you for all that you do, President McCurley.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge, I'll just relinquish this chair to you, and I just
no problem. Go ahead, please.
Question and comment as well. Thank you, Ron, again. And interesting, as you were going through the presentation, you're mentioning about the shortage of jobs and the shortage of skilled trades. It brings back memories of back to the early 90s when we were going through this at that time. So it's like what goes around comes around, and we seem to be facing this again. And at that time, there was quite an impact when the school boards decided to remove with the trades in the schools. And that was a huge impact back then, where we didn't have the young people going through and learning some hands-on skills from school and getting the interest that would carry them forward and have the interest in the later years. So it's interesting to see this moving forward. I certainly do want to recognize tremendous amount of involvement and participation from the companies out there. I'll put a shout out to TIRCON, who's in my ward, fastest growing company that I have. Mr. Kotwa is excellent to work with, and I know that he puts a tremendous amount of effort into being on this task force. And lastly, I just want to mention the Salt Fleet Start Campus. Very proud of that in Ward 10, and expanded again this past year, and I was looking forward to a ribbon cutting for a new building. But there's also been a lot of contributions, like major contributors to this particular facility that I can speak of. We have the Marshall Center, and I think it's GM that participates for the automotive sector in there, and I'm very proud of the tradespeople that go through to get upgrades. I know my own husband has, and the students that go through there for the full semesters of training. So thank you for that, and certainly look forward to continuing to work on the growth down there and involvement. So tremendous job, and really happy to see you here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, take the chair back.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
So we
Thank
have
you.
Councillor Whitehead.
Actually, it was enlightening for me to be on the committee, and not just the anecdotal kind of discussions that were taking place, but some of the empirical data that was being presented and painting a bit of a picture in regards to some of the challenges and areas that are voids within our person power. I think there's a terminology I'll use. It used to be manpower. Person power and the skill sets that would be needed now and in the future, and some of the challenges some of the major employers we're having in our community. And I wanted to just dovetail on the fact that there are some of the unions, building trades and so forth, that have very, very robust training programs as well, and that's certainly not lost on the Blue Ribbon Task Force. It is part of what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to use organic, but certainly part of the cogs and the wheels to make a comprehensive approach and provide the skill sets needed to meet our future needs in this community. So I want to extend a very big thank you to the participants, because these are volunteers. They didn't have to be there. They showed up. They provided very insightful comments, made very significant contributions at many of these meetings, and it was certainly, again, enlightening for me to be at the table and listen to the wisdom that was being shared along and around that table. So I want to send a big thank you to each and every one of those representatives, and I look forward to not only what is being recommended, but moving forward and ensuring that we have measurable results moving in regards to this report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Ron. So we have before us the recommendations in the report that, number one, the report we received, and also add that we received the presentation. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Sure.
That was Mayor Fred Eisenberger, Stephanie, and Councillor Whitehead for the receiving the presentation. And in the recommendations that we received the report, and B, that Council endorse the following 5 recommendations and related actions. And I just need to clarify so that everybody knows, for Madam Clerk, the related actions actually refer to slides 7 and 10. That are the additions that Mr. McCurley spoke of through his presentation. So we have to include that as the related actions. Moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Mayor Eisenberger. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on now to item 7.2 is the City of Hamilton Ward Boundary Review Final Consultant Report. I'm going to call on Dr. Robert Williams and Gary Scanlon of Watson Associates in attendance to provide the presentation overview.
Yeah, the presentation, yeah, that's great, thank you.
assumed that in October there would be a report that was the final report. We now have a second final report, and we're here to present this to you for your consideration. So that report summarized a lot of the work that had been done over much of 2016, including 2 rounds of public consultation, and a lot of that is revisited in this report. But that report, having come at the end of a fairly extensive consultation, had narrowed down our considered recommendations to 2. One was a 15-ward option, and the other a 16-ward option. Now, that discussion in October was very comprehensive, quite lengthy. I know I was standing here for quite a long time, and you had a long discussion afterward, and concluded it in the end that you wanted another opportunity to review what was included in that report. And there were 2 motions, or at least 2 components of the motion that are on the screen here. Council requested an opportunity to forward further suggestions for alternative ward boundary model options, and that we would take those suggestions and bring them back to you in the form of a consolidated report. So that's why you've got a report as big as it is now, rather than simply looking at things that happened after October. We've put everything back together, and including materials that we felt were important in understanding the context. I'll just say in passing quickly, there were a couple of small issues about material that had been included in that report, an oversight on my part, and a summary element that Councillor Partridge raised, which have now been incorporated into the new version. So those little glitches have been fixed, but we then used the suggestions to prepare, as we were directed, any additional ward boundary model options provided by members of council, as well as the 2 options included in the final report. And I can report, as we do summarize in the document, that a number of councillors provided suggestions to the consultants through the clerk's office. Now, what's important in terms of what's before you is that all but one of these submissions from council actually suggested adjustments to the existing 15-ward configuration. One exception asked us to consider a modification to a ward boundary in the proposed 15-ward option that had been presented. So if we think about the current structure, we offered 2 other choices. Councillors at how the city will grow and how the wards would be applied in future. We were to look at what were called means of communication and accessibility. That is, the connections between the various parts of the city, usually related to roadways, but how the various places within the city connect to one another. We were also to look at geographical and topographical features. In most cases, the operative focus there is the escarpment and how that influences the way the city is organized and the way the city, the residents of the city interact with each other. We were also asked to consider community or diversity of interests. And as we've tried to suggest in a number of different ways, there's two parts of that. What is kept together and what is divided from one another, what is separated from one another. Our goal is to avoid dividing an identified community or neighborhood. We take those intact and put them together with other groups. Sometimes in our proposals, the neighborhoods are grouped with new neighborhoods they weren't grouped with before to try to meet the other expectations. But the idea is that we look at those components, put them together to meet these other expectations, and recognize that ideally each of the wards should be, and the word we would use is coherent as possible. It's a collection of places that have things in common with one another. And I can be separated from others on some other grounds. And the final principle is effective representation, which is a concept that we've talked about in all the public consultations and in our last meeting. This is a concept that comes from the judicial decision that's been referred to already this morning, what's known as the Carter decision, which is basically the application of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to the question of representation within Canada. And we tried to apply that principle in Hamilton and use it to evaluate the various, both the individual wards and the system of wards, or the collection of wards in our options. Now, as you noticed a moment ago, one of the principles talks about population and electoral trends. Most of that is growth. There are some places where there's shrinkage, but not a lot. It's about growth. And since the city was amalgamated in 2001, Hamilton's population has increased by 9%. And the question we have to ask is whether the ward boundaries reflect the changing nature of the city, because they were drawn up before that growth took place. And indeed, in wards 1 to 8, they were drawn up 1985. They were based on the city of Hamilton as it was then. The other boundaries were drawn in relation to amalgamation, and there's been change. So how does that create an impact? That comes back to the question of representation by population and effective representation. Furthermore, the population is expected to increase by about 12%, that's 68,000 people, over the next decade. So even if we were to adopt new boundaries at your next council meeting, you know that in a very short time there will be population changes that create some imbalances again. And those changes, and this is another point that I didn't touch on, the increases that have happened since 2001 and the increases that are expected are not happening uniformly across the city. Certain places will grow faster than others. Some will grow at an extremely high rate, others more moderately. And we've identified the present wards 11, 9, and 15 as the places where growth will happen, already acknowledging that wards 7 and 8 are much, much larger than many of the others. So we've got 2 that are very large, and we've got others that are now going to become even bigger. So our goal is to try to determine whether the boundaries will continue to reflect the changing nature of the city. And again, in summary, it's developed in greater detail in the final report. We know that these population growth and trends, while they're not happening uniformly, there are some certain patterns that we can identify. The former city of Hamilton versus the suburban population balance. If we continue to think about that division, and I encourage you not to, but if we do, what we're seeing, of course, is that the population continues to shift toward the former suburban communities. They're the places where the big growth is happening, so that whatever balance there was, and it really was an imbalance at the outset, whatever it was, it's going to change as you move forward. Secondly, urban versus rural population growth trends. Well, not surprisingly, the population is increasingly urban. It's not exclusively urban, but it is becoming more urban than it was, which tends to mean if you're responding to population, you've got to take that part into account. And also, perhaps not as evident to many people, is the fact that there is a growing shift in the population toward the eastern part of the city. Not just at the Lakeshore area, but obviously clearly on the escarpment, and moving gradually south, but it's primarily on that side. So we're seeing a tilt in the population that is not reflected in the current wards. And my colleague Eric Carvinen at Watson prepared this map, which picks up on the further bullet on that, is that the urban population clusters in Hamilton today are largely interconnected. There are a couple of exceptions. Waterdown and Binbrook are away from the cluster, but most of the rest of the growth is a kind of an organic expansion of what was already there, moving, as I said, more to the east and south from the existing patterns of settlement. At some point, the expectation will be that gap in there, let's say out toward Binbrook, may be filled, but not right away. But it is the story. The story really is that the growth is part of as I said, a kind of organic evolution. So the present ward structure that you all know and love was created by provincial regulation 44800 just at the end of 2000, following the amalgamation, a system of 15 wards, which we heard very early on contained a certain number of expectations and assumptions. And as we've already alluded to, 8 of the wards from the old city of Hamilton, numbered 1 to 8, were taken into the new city intact, no changes. Those became a component of the council. 7 wards were then created out of the surrounding municipalities, some of which crossed old municipal boundaries, but essentially there was a difference between the 8 and the 7. They were drawn within a set of lines that predated amalgamation by some time. Now, what we did in the report, in the final report, was to apply the principles that I walked you through a few moments ago to the existing ward structure. And again, for some of you, this is a repeat performance because we did this in October. But we basically applied those principles to the system and evaluated them, if you will, on a chart like this, and discovered with a small explanation, and it's explained in more detail, obviously, in the report, that in terms of the population, the 2 population principles, in our view, the current system did not meet those expectations, and that effective representation was also not met because of the dilution of what it's called the dilution of representation for the residents of Ward 7 and 8, and the rather lack, we call it the lack of coherence. That's not an insult. It's basically saying Ward 11 is a lot of different things, and it's hard to know what it really is. And to us, that was a limitation. And the other principles, there were some things that worked, and some things that we felt perhaps could be improved, and so they're categorized as either partially successful or largely successful. So there's a mixture in there. The overall picture, though, of course, is not terribly promising, and indeed we suggested at the last in the earlier version of the report that the current system, the existing wards, should not be maintained. So we were then given direction to take your feedback, apply it to those wards that we just talked about, and so came up with something we called option 1, which is a modified version of those wards. So what we would ask you to talk about is the modified versions, not the current ones. So that is option 1. Option 2 is the 15-ward option, which, to remind council again, it was designed to try to better address that population imbalance that had been so glaringly obvious in the current system. And that meant some changes, especially in the mountain area, but also recognizing that shift that I talked about earlier toward the east and having to accommodate that in a new system. So the 15-ward option tried to do that. We got one part of it wrong. Happy to admit that. Residents said, no, that's not going to work. So we've gone back and revisited that and come up with another version of the 15-ward option that we believe is now, in fact, better than the one we brought in. And we thank the residents of that area for pointing that out to us. And then the third option was the 16-ward option that we brought into the mix as a way to try to achieve this population balance and preserve communities of interest and move the representation question on a bit further. It carries with it, of course, certain other assumptions about cost and about the dynamics around the horseshoe here, which came up to some extent in the discussion in October, but it was a way we felt that could bring us to accomplish the overall goals with a fairly, I think I would call it a modest change in terms of personnel. Not who it is, but how many of you there are. So the ward boundary option 1 is the existing structure with amendments suggested by members of council. And again, the report describes that in more detail as to what those were and how they were brought to bear on what was here. There is one little change, if you will, or one little modification, which I will touch on. I think Councillor John, 2? Okay. One of the recommendations we got, and it's summarized in the report, was an idea of using Jones Road as a boundary between wards 10 and 11. The original request to us was to draw the line from the lake all the way to the escarpment. In putting this map together, and this is essentially done, the work that Eric did, when it came to that neighborhood north, or the area between the QEW and the lake, his perception was that if we continued on the Jones Road line, we would split the community. And of course, our principle was not to split the community, so we put the line back over in a slightly different way than had been suggested. As far as I know, everything else captures what was there. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, did you? I don't have the chair.
Madam Chair, sorry. Madam
Do you
Chair.
want
There was
on
one,
this comment?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
There was, first of all, the community itself north of the QEW is several communities, and splitting it down Jones
ended up with a combination stretching over into the ward numbered 9 here that in hindsight was not appropriate. So we went back, rejigged that, made those now basically north-south wards, 4 of them in that area. Again, there's a shift in population over toward the east side, and so the 15-ward option, as I said, was intending to accomplish an improvement on the current system and involved the kinds of modifications that are found there. Again, applying the principles, we discover, in our view, a much different picture. That the representation by population is now largely successful. 13 of the wards were within the desired range, that is based on 2016 numbers. 1 of them was below, 1 of them was above. So that would be a starting point. So in our view, that's largely successful. When we move that population forecast out to the end of the project period, in fact, all of the wards fit in the acceptable range. That means that, yes, it does meet the population principle. It's not going to be there right away, but it grows into that. Partially successful, yes, I still have this hang-up about multi-lane highways. I don't like having wards that cross over multi-lane highways. But the reality is many of them do. But as we decided in the end, you don't seem to mind. The community didn't seem to mind. Okay, if people can live with that, then we'll live with that too. So generally, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a yes, because that is still a reality. So, but it's getting there. Largely successful in terms of topographical and geographical. And if you read the fine print, if you will, in there, what's interesting is that now the question of above and below the escarpment shifts from the issue focusing on Stony Creek out toward Dundas and Ancaster. Now those are the places where you've got wards that actually are above and below the escarpment. So we could not do a system where no ward does that. We couldn't find one that worked anyway. So it's largely successful. Largely successful in community of interest. There are a few cases. Again, the Ward 11 is still fairly diverse. There are some other potential groupings that are more diverse than we would like, but most of the time it works. And then in terms of effective representation, there is no significant population discrepancy. That means, for example, the workload of councillors is more equalized, access from residents to councillors is more equalized, and effective representation is easier to achieve, we feel, under that system. The 16-ward option, as I said earlier, was intended to create a better balance and respond to the areas of growth. When we put this forward in the public consultations back in June, it was very, very widely endorsed. It was found to be a very appropriate model to use. Again, we weren't talking about the costs and the dynamics, but from the point of view of representation, it was accepted as a very important improvement on the existing system. And again, applying the principles. What's interesting is, as we now go back and look at it a bit later, it turns out to be not quite as good as it looked in the first place, but it's still a pretty solid range of endorsements for the model. Again, in the short term, the ward populations are a bit extreme, let's call it that. 1 above, 3 below. But again, by the end of the forecast period, 1 of the wards is just above the top of the range and 2 are below. So it's not perfect, but it is, again, much better than the current system. Markers, generally successful. The neighborhoods above and below, again, similar to the last one. Communities of interest are not divided in this model. Because we can fine-tune it a bit, we can make smaller wards. We don't have to split up places, we can somehow take them together without necessarily attaching areas that might be less plausible. Even though some of them are new groupings, and that's a slightly different perspective. And then largely successful in terms of delivering effective representation. No significant dilution of representation, and all of the wards, in our view, are coherent collections of communities. As part of this summary report, we put together a new chart, which was a way to try to classify or compare very quickly the application, our application of the principles to these various models. Starting at the top end, where does the option meet the principle successfully, through to the cases where some good, not so good, it's in between, through to the cases where it's not really as successful as we would like. Okay, and down to, in our view, cases where they don't meet the principles at all. And so this is a quick summary that you will find in the main report and of course in this handout. That is our understanding of the application of those principles to these, first the existing system and the three options we're giving you. So this evaluation suggests strongly that the existing ward boundary configuration does not meet the expectations of three of the guiding principles. Probably the three most important ones: representation by population, population and electoral trends, and effective representation. The review suggests that Hamilton would be better served by an alternative ward boundary configuration. Now, option one, the one that councillors contributed to, represents, in our view, a marginal improvement to the status quo. However, the option does not address the structural deficiencies present in the existing ward structure. That is, the heavy concentration of population in two of the wards, especially the two wards on the mountain, and other elements that are present in the current system. Yes, they straighten up a few lines. Yes, they make some tweaks here and there, but fundamentally it doesn't change the existing structure. Option 2 and option 3 both successfully address shortcomings identified in the present system. In our view, options 2 and 3 provide wards that are better balanced in population now and over the next 3 elections, while accommodating a significant geographic community of interest, that is, rural Hamilton, and the various emerging neighborhoods across the city, that is, South and East Hamilton. The goal of trying to make sure that rural Hamilton is acknowledged in this is a very important theme in our report. I haven't highlighted it here today, but it's there in the report in some detail. Option 2 or 3 is recommended as a viable ward boundary option for the city to ensure effective and equitable representation for the residents of Hamilton, both today and over the next decade. We recommend that Council consider the adoption of a new 15-ward or a 16-ward configuration for the 2018 election as identified in this review. And when Council has adopted a revised ward structure, a new bylaw will be prepared by City staff, which will work with our information and then presented to Council at a later date. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Williams and Gary, for being there. And I'm going to ask now, we have a couple of housekeeping things to do. I have 2 additional added items to today's agenda, so I'm going to ask that these be added. I have item 72A. It's correspondence with Councillor Robert Pasuta respecting the Hamilton Ward Boundary Review. And I have an item sub 2 is item 12.2. It's a private and confidential item respecting a personnel matter. So I have a motion to add that to the agenda, moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And to the presenters now, I'm going to ask I have a speakers list. I'm going to go with, I have Councillor Brenda Johnson, Mayor Fred Eisenberger, Councillor Judy Partridge, and Councillor Tom Jackson so far. Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation. It was very enlightening. I just want to preface this with, I'm still on the record stating that Ward 11 needs to be divided up. But in order to do so, the entire city would need to shift. So number one, I'm not on board to lose a rural ward, and I concur with what my colleague says. I have 65% of my ward is agriculture, so I have rural and urban in my ward, and I can tell you that they both have two separate needs lists, and you're not paying more attention to one over the other. So just because it's vast and just because there's not a lot of people living in there, the needs are still there, and there still has to be a lot of attention given. Number two, communities divided on the Hamilton Mountain, I'm not on board for. And I'm not on board for 16 wards. So how do I take all of this now and make it all pretty? So we did tweak it up a little bit just to sort of alleviate some of the pressure off of Ward 11, but there was two corrections. One is that the line goes straight through on Jones Road. The other one was that Ward 11 actually goes to Centennial Parkway, not to First Road West or East, because that would include all of rural Upper Stony Creek. So I just want to, if you allow me some latitude here, please. Just wanted to go through some of the, on ward boundary option 3, you were saying, and you've said it a number of times, that it was highly endorsed, widely endorsed. It's endorsed. By whom?
Ward option, the 16 ward option, at the public consultations that were held back in June, it was rated quite favorably by individuals who provided us some feedback on the options that were available at that time.
Okay, and if I recall my memory, there was like 218 people altogether that came out to these PICs?
Something like that. Yeah, okay. I don't have those numbers right. Well, they're in the report here. I don't have them at memory.
Okay. So the next question I have is, let me just get there. So what you're saying is with option 1, with all the tweaking being done, it's still not perfect. It still needs a lot more work. And I noticed on figure 16, and this is page 39 of your report, that Ward 11 could go up to, oh, sorry, not that one. It's Ward, so with option 1, you were suggesting, and I can't find it right now, so bear with me. You were suggesting if we went with option 1, by 2026, Ward 11 would be up to 70,000.
Yes, I believe that's. Oh, which figure are we looking at?
Sorry, page 33.
33, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Okay, now we're basing that on 2011's or 2010 census?
No, this is based on population forecast.
Forecast only.
Well, current plus the forecast. Yeah, this is the forecast for all of the wards, anticipating where the development will occur in the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you. And with all the public consultation that we've done on this, 216 people came out.
Okay.
My next question is next steps. Is there, in the process, regardless of what was decided, or because there's a change now in the ward boundary review on option 1, is there in the process to go back to the public to say, here's what the new tweaking is, what do you think?
That's presumably up to you, but under the legislation, you have to make the choice. At some point, you have to make a choice. How much consultation you want to do, how long you want to drag this out, that's your call. It's not up for me to decide.
Okay. And
there are risks
Chair?
in there, but that's your decision.
Okay, but through you, Chair, and not to drag it out, But oftentimes, and I'm going to put my planning hat on, oftentimes we have a proposal come through, and by the end of the meeting, the proposal looks somewhat different, and the community wasn't aware of the differences. So that's all I'm asking is this something that's an option to go back to the community to say, this is the tweaking, this is what we've done, or is it just forget it, let's just move on?
A couple of comments on that. One is that none of the changes that appear in option 1 are really all that significant, I think. You know, these really are, this is fine tuning. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what was supposed to happen between last October and now. So, you know, if that has happened and you're making minor changes, I don't know that you need to go back through another round of consultation.
Thank you. So, and my last question to you is, if this was to go to the OMB and you were put on the stand, you have 3 options in front of you, and somebody said, okay, of the 3 options, which one would you endorse wholeheartedly? Which one would it be?
If I were to make that choice today, I would encourage you to go to option 2.
Okay, thank you.
I think if you were to take option 1, we've already told you in black and white, we couldn't endorse it.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger.
So you kind of answered the question I was going to ask relative to the OMB, and do you see a difference between 2 and 3 in your mind? I mean, you recommended both, quite frankly, and I got the sense that you were either way, it would be a significant improvement over where we are.
I think so, yes, quite clearly. And obviously, going to option 3 involves a whole range of other matters around cost and dynamics and tied votes and all those kinds of things that were raised along the way. That's something, if council is prepared to go to 16, then those things would need to be sorted out as you move forward. And you've got a year and a half to do that sort of thing.
Thank you. And you know, so from where I sit, no offense to anyone else. I mean, from my perspective, option 3 makes the most sense in terms of representation. I think that that addresses those issues a lot better, but then there's these other issues that you talked about, and I get that. So the one comment I would make, this is not a question, I think, you moved away from me, come on back here. Not to worry. The one comment I would make is this is a bit of a fool's game for municipalities, unfortunately. I think for councillors to be in this position, it is a very difficult and if not almost impossible situation to be in. Not unlike what the federal government does or the province does with their own boundaries. They have an organization that they've agreed to that makes these recommendations, and they adhere to them, almost faithfully, with input from councillors or from members of Parliament and MPs, and then they make the final call in terms of Election Canada or Elections Ontario. So I would certainly support this notion that we appeal to the province to find a better way of doing this, because leaving it in the hands of councillors, and I respect them all, but they all get leaned on by their constituents, and they all have boundaries that constituents are familiar with and comfortable with, and so it's a totally untenable situation for us to be in, to have to be able to manage that and come up with something that we could all agree on. And everyone has different opinions on this, and even the good councillor moved away from me when I said option 3. And that's clearly about the balance of what they perceive to be, and I don't see that anymore personally, but others do, about the urban and rural balance, the suburban and urban balance. And I'd like to think we're not operating on that basis anymore, but obviously in the minds of some we are. So I just want to make that comment. I appreciate the fact that members of council came together to do this. I thought, and this is kind of an open question to members of council, I thought we had a November the 30th deadline for all of that work to be done collectively, and then handed it over to the consultant. So I worked from the assumption that had happened, and I understood it had.
Yes.
Led by Councillor Jackson and others coming together and having a talk about what kind of adjustments would make sense. So did we miss something along the way? I mean, was there a gap in terms of information not shared? So I'm hearing some consternation about where we are with option 1, which option 1 is I assume to have been the collective coming together of councillors to deal with some of the changes that they put forward. So Did I miss something?
No, I don't think so. There was a deadline set, which I think we did adhere to, if I remember correctly. We then had to take it away and do that work on it, which is why we're back now. The comments that came in individually, or in some cases from pairs of councillors who had consulted, and those comments were sent through the clerk's office and were transcribed in, I think some of them may have come on the phone, I'm not sure, but they were transcribed, and we got a version of what was requested. We may not have got it all quite right. I thought we had a pretty good job of it, but we then went away and used that. How those councillors came to those decisions, I don't know, and that wasn't what we were asking.
But you worked from the assumption that the work had been done, and you were given
we were given suggestions, which we then took away and worked with.
Right.
And I'll save my comments on your comment, because I thought Councillor Johnson was going to ask about that, so I'll wait till about the role of the province.
Well, so let me ask though, in your mind, I mean, you work on this quite significantly. What's a better way of doing this from a provincial perspective? I mean, this is the same. I mean, I would say, good for you. You get a lot of good work out of this. I appreciate that.
Right.
But it just leaves everyone in a very untenable position. So, in your mind. Yeah. What would be a better way?
I quite agree that one of the dilemmas in the current system is that ultimately, and I hope it's not undiplomatic, the people with the most at stake at the results have the last word. Yep. And they're confronted with the kinds of dilemmas you've talked about and we've heard about. And someone else only looks at it if there's an appeal, which involves normally legal counsel. It involves a lot of work to actually go out and get someone else to second guess your decision. I think it would be better if there was an agency of some sort. I've at one point made a point in an article in Municipal World that we need to have a municipal electoral commission, a body that everyone has to go to basically, you've done the review, someone else can then say, does this work? In fact, I like the model that's used in Nova Scotia, where it's actually proactive, where municipalities, and mind you, there's only 40 municipalities in the whole province, so it's doable. Every second election, they need to go to a board and say, here's how many councillors we're going to elect, and here are the boundaries we're going to use. Tell us if this is all right. Now, with 40 municipalities, you could do it. We couldn't do that in Ontario with 400, but it's recognizing your point that it shouldn't be an entirely local decision. You can do it. You can do good reviews, and I don't want to break my arm patting myself in the back, but I've done 20 or more of these, none of which have been appealed. But that doesn't mean it can't happen, and it's a matter of persuading council to look beyond what they're familiar with to where the municipality's going, and doing a review of the kind we've done. So anyway, that's a bit of a mishmash of an answer, but I agree that the current system has a number of flaws in it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because I do feel for the work that councillors have to do here to try and come up with something that makes sense, but also reflects the pressures and the vagaries of the constituents out there that also have very strong opinions about what their community of interest is. That doesn't necessarily reflect an unbiased opinion from above that says, in a perfect world, this is rep by pop, make it so. Yeah. There's a lot of pushback on that, and that makes it very difficult. So I appreciate that, but I'll eager to hear additional discussion about how we came together and what option council is now working towards. Thank you.
I have Councillor Partridge.
Actually, I wanted to be on at the very end so that I could read the letter that we received. Okay, thank you.
I'll come back to you. Thank you. I have Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and Professor Williams and Gary Scanlon. Thank you for taking the time and coming back today and doing further review and taking under advisement what communities and citizens provided, along with the council option 1. So, Professor Williams, I just want to clarify a couple of things. So moving forward after today, whatever we decide and council ratifies at its next meeting, We are just to be crystal clear, we are now dealing with your January 16, 2017 document.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Which has options 1, 2, and 3 in it.
Yes.
Which is the revised, if you will, option 2.
Option 2 is revised from October, yes.
Correct. So we're dealing with the January 16
Yes.
document moving forward,
Yeah.
okay? And on page 37, Madam Deputy Mayor, I heard you say it verbally, Professor Williams, but in your document, your January 16 document at the very top, page 37, with the changes discussed above, option 2 represents an even stronger alternative than what you presented back in October. You stand by that, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you?
Yes, I do. As it turned out, the scenario that we proposed at that time, which involved, as I said earlier, east-west wards in the mountain, which ended up ending, I think, at Upper Sherman, I forget where, and ended up creating another kind of ward. It worked on a number of levels. This one now actually works better. Okay. So that's where that public feedback improved that particular version.
And again, putting myself aside, whoever's here, on behalf of the constituents and residents and taxpayers of the Eastmount community, I'll just speak for that. Appreciate the fact, Madam Deputy Mayor, you kept an open mind that way, because you could have come back conversely and said something entirely hypothetically opposite as well. So I appreciate that statement for the record as well. To our option 1, Professor Williams, I look at your chart on page 31, Madam Deputy Mayor, and with what we proposed in straightening lines that were many cases, I'll say between Councillor Skelly and 7, Councillor Conley, my easterly boundary in Ward 9, there was quirky zigzags, if you will. So we straightened those out, and by straightening those across the mountain now, where Councillor Skelly inherited 62,000 people, give or take, and I was like low 40s, and Councillor Whitehead in mid-high 50s. We've now got here Ward 6 would be 50,000, 752, Ward 8 53, and Ward 14, which those in the community who have advocated for at least a review through the first petition last term, who regularly pointed out the major disparity, Professor, between Ward 7, 62,000, and Ward 14, about 17,000. So my point I'm getting at is that with our option 1 proposed, across the mountain now, there's almost equity in population, representation by population, and the gap between 762 is now down to around 52, and 14, that was 17, is around 19. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, you see that was at least an improvement to the status quo, and maybe you just elaborate on that, please, Professor, because that rep by pop thing and the disparity was something we were trying to mitigate, if you will.
Our sense is that these were, in effect, changes around the edges. They didn't really address the core issue. The gap between the largest and the smallest might have shrunk a little bit, but there's still a huge gap there. And I'm not saying there should not be a gap. I think the reality of Hamilton is there will be some kind of a gap, just because of the nature of the city. There will be some gap. This brings it in a bit closer, but does it really change that pattern? I don't think it's significant enough to say, therefore, the status quo has been saved, if I can put it that way.
Okay. I appreciate the sincerity and honesty of your comment there. I thought that if some change occurred, some historic anomalies, zigzags corrected, and some change to the rep by pop at least was moving from, like you said, in Hamilton, a 30-year historic status quo, in other parts since amalgamation, a 16-year historic status quo. But you're saying, Councillor, it's okay, it's moved, the needle's moved a bit, but not to the degree you would have hoped for.
Yeah, and I think that if you were to look at that chart, figure 12 on page 31 and figure 16 on 39, it's pretty clear. The ones that are above and below in option 1 are still significant, a significant number of them, and on our calculations, that will virtually disappear over the next 3 elections.
Lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, option 3, the 16-word option. I mean, my public comments at the time of amalgamation, I mean, I can't be a hypocrite. At the time of amalgamation, when it looked like the amalgamation, Professor, was going to happen to Hamilton, I said that someday the growth on the mountain particularly will warrant an extra seat, given the fact the lower city has 5 seats, if you will, from 1 to 5, pretty well covering most of the lower city, Madam Deputy Mayor, and the mountain only 3, and a population, I believe, that now has exceeded the lower city, and you got 5 that's being maintained in all the options here versus 3 on the mountain. So just looking to you for a further comment. If we don't adopt that today, and whatever may happen down the road in process, whether hypothetically something happens at the OMB or not, do you see the day that eventually, given the growth in the city, the growth on the mountain, that extra seat really is warranted and merited down the road, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to the Professor?
My opinion would be that's a likely scenario, given, and again, that's one of the reasons why we spent as much time and space, if you will, in that report saying, look at the way the city is now compared to what it was then, and look at where it's going. And yes, there'll be growth in Waterdown, but there's a lot of space in there where there won't be growth forever, won't ever be there. So that's always going to be different. But there's growth going to happen, and it's going to be on the mountain and out toward the east. Inevitably, if this is going to be an equitable system, it's going to have to be addressed. And one of the ways to address it is by growth. That in itself is a big hurdle for a number of reasons, for cost, and for many people, more politicians is not the right answer. I think there are times when that is the right answer.
Yeah.
But in terms of the bigger question, if it doesn't happen now, somebody around this horseshoe is going to have to address it at some point.
I appreciate the elaboration and the explanation, Professor. And interestingly, the federal government, I think a year ago at that election in October 15, added about 30 seats across the country. And I think Halton region is looking at 3 additional seats right now as well. So, but anyways, again, to conclude, thank you, Professor and Gary, for at least digesting, taking into account further community feedback. And again, I want to go out of my way to emphasize your comment at the top of that page that you feel, in light of what you brought back now on January 16 and your recommended option 2 or 3, but option 2, you and Gary both feel is even more effective than what you presented in October.
You agree with that? Absolutely,
yep.
yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think when you were referring to 3 wards, that would have been in the mountain area, that would have been Hamilton days, correct? Because you have Ward 9 that covers the mountain now as well. Hamilton. No. Thank you. And I'm going to now move on to Councillor Whitehead, and then I have Councillor Connolly and Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I went through the number of charts, I noticed that you showed a lot of respect in regards to the lower city boundaries. In fact, in one of the renditions, I can't remember what option, you showed Ward 7 an area that wouldn't be any growth because it was the boundary was defined in an area that there isn't growth. I think the population was around 37,000. In the lower city, the average wards would be over 44,000. So you didn't touch those areas, but in the mountain, now you create this disparity with one of the very options you brought forward. So I'm not clear at how you arrived at such a number where you have Ward 7 going from 62,000 to 37,000 and change, and the lower city wards with obviously, and we know, and let's be clear, that 37, there's not that boundary is clearly not a growth area. Mm-hmm. But certainly in the lower city, there's a lot more opportunity for density and growth. So it seems to me that you're building an inherent disparity with that particular proposal.
You're talking about option 2?
3.
Might be 3. I mean, it was one of the original options.
Okay. I think one of the things that we bump into in here is the nature of the city itself, in terms of where the growth is happening and the opportunities to try to modify some of the boundaries across the city. In the lower city, the growth is much more modest for now. Who knows what will happen, but it's more modest. And as the calculations work out, they still fall within an acceptable range. So they were not in need of the kind of adjustment that we were finding in other parts of the city. So it was not that we deliberately said we won't touch those, but we tried in some of the scenarios to draw the lines differently, east, west, whatever, and in the end discovered that it did not end up improving the system at all.
Yeah, I think the point, Madam Chair, that I'm making is that when you, I guess to me, the most intrusive changes you made were everywhere but in the lower city. And then when I look at that particular option, you identify and carve out Ward 7 as a shadow of its former self in respect to population down to 37 and change. And we, with the LRT discussions on that, there's been a lot of discussion about significant uplift in growth. And even in your own charts, you showed that the average wards in the lower city would be hovering around 45,000. That might even be a conservative number, because I think we can agree that that scenario on the defined Ward 7, no growth, period. It's just not an area that's going to have growth based on the where you drew that boundary. And we can accept that there will be growth in the lower city in amongst a number of those wards. On that premise, you're still showing a 44,000. That could be higher, that could be lower. We don't know, because everything's projections. I'm trying to understand. I mean, that's a fairly significant differential when you're defining a particular boundary in a non-growth ward versus a growth period that you can't, with any certainty, identify, but you know it's going to grow, and it's going to go probably higher than the numbers that you identified. And now you've built in a disparity in regards to that particular ward.
I frankly don't know how to answer that in terms of what I could explain in terms of the rationale. All I can say is that we are working on population figures for 2015, projections that to the best of our knowledge, apply to the particular wards. How those will play out, I don't know. Okay, LRT, who knows if it happens, when it happens. That's back to the kind of sense to Councillor Jackson's question. At some point down the road, if that happens, you'll need to take that into account. For now, we can't. We work with city figures on expected. And
for my colleagues in the lower city, this is not a criticism at all. It's an observation in regards to your plan as it pertains to one of the options you defined, Ward 7 at a 37,000, and the boundary that you drew was an area that will not see any growth. So you've locked that into perpetuity at 37,000, whatever the change is, because you're not going to see growth with how you define that boundary. The other question I'm going to ask is, help me understand, because you indicate, and you're very proud of the fact that that you move towards a greater parity in regards to population by representation. And I know that there are OMB cases that identify that that's just one principle, and you need to weight that with community of interest. So I'm trying to understand, when I look at, for example, again, you had two options in the original proposal, and some of it still exists. You had, for example, Gorley neighborhood combined with, which is a very blue-collar neighborhood that, or Gilkson, combined with Meadowlands, socioeconomically completely different. A clear separation in regards to topographical issues, and yet you combine them, and I'm going, how, if in good conscience, is it just that I'm being subjective in respect to the demographics of those communities relative to combining with the Meadowlands? Help me understand how you define, is that a subjective term or objective term when you talk about community of interest?
It's probably a bit of both. What we're probably looking at as much as anything is geographic proximity. If you're talking about the area on the far west of the mountain, we've got to try to find some groupings to put together. Neighborhoods that are next to each other, we have to try to find a way to put them together, draw some lines around them, put them together. They're not going to be perfect. No, the city itself is not homogeneous in that sense. And sometimes neighborhoods are, quite different neighborhoods are cheek by jowl. If there is an obvious way to group them with similar ones, we could do that. And that's a bit of what we found in both the mountain and the lower city. When we're getting out to that part, the opportunities to regroup things in a more coherent way are really restricted once we start folding in highways and escarpments and this and that and the other. And at some point, you just have to live with, they're close to each other, they share certain facilities, they perhaps have connections. They may not be the same, but they're similar enough that we felt we had to put them together.
I respect that. I can tell you that there is no sharing of facilities. There's no sharing of anything. In fact, as an individual that's lived in this community for a long time, and I don't think either of you live here, might have a great appreciation of the commonalities and the difference in community interest within these geographic areas. So that one just stuck out like a sore thumb. And you actually have, I believe, it's on the Ancaster border. There's a big separation with a woodlot between the two distinctive areas, and yet you're combining them. To me, it just, from a community of interest, didn't make sense. The other area that didn't make sense is that I've worked long and hard with two neighborhoods that you've now divided. And they have a lot in interest in regards to, never mind the schools and the parks and the rec center. But we have a comprehensive storm management plan, and both areas have experienced significant flooding. And I've been having a series of meetings with both neighborhoods. So there's a clear overlap of issues, concerns, and so forth. And you put a dividing line right between. So again, what is a community of interest? And when I could deal with this in a comprehensive way and find solutions and work with that community, they see themselves as having a commonality and a community of interest, and that. And the reason I'm raising this is because I'm hearing from them. So I'm hearing from the Gorley neighborhood, the Giltson neighborhood. I think they're going to probably have about 1,000 person petition when this is all said and done, that feel that you basically created a very intrusive boundary that really doesn't respect the community of interest legacy of those neighborhoods.
Well, if that was an issue that was evident in those earlier options, I didn't see anything that told us, keep those together. That would presumably would have been relevant to contribute to this round. I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't recall seeing any of that information that suggested that certain of those neighborhoods must be kept together, and then we'd have to figure out how to make it happen. So I'm not aware of that one.
So I appreciate that. And let's be clear. I understand that when you weighted a process in regards to numbers, that something else will be more or less compromised. And the question is, to what degree and how intrusive are those circumstances? I would suggest, certainly from the community's point of view and the feedback I'm receiving, they find it very intrusive in respect to some of the options you put up there in regards to dividing communities of interest. The other new one that you put up in option 2, I believe, you now put a completely different option in regards to Ward 8. I think you have Gar Street and Wellington, and you have Upper James going right through the heart of the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Help me understand, knowing that probably one of the, other than probably the Link, the busiest road in the city of Hamilton, a natural boundary and dividing line that has been traditionally been recognized for years, that has the highest volume of traffic in the city. How do you feel that that is a congruent ward that you are putting forward?
As I tried to explain in the text of the report, first of all, we back up to the point about trying to adapt 4 wards to, and the original scenario we felt could be improved. We moved to a north-south orientation, crossing over the link. In the course of trying to fit those in, it became necessary to adjust the lines, and as I suggest in the report, we're trying to think about Upper James as the backbone of that riding, or that ward, rather than as the frontier. It's built around it. You've already said there's a lot of traffic, presumably there's a lot of business, there's a lot of things that come into that area, so let's move beyond where we've been since 1985 and say that in 2017, Upper James is now the backbone of that new ward. And it will be for a while, and then, if Councillor Jackson suggests, at some point, you have to redo them. Okay, so it may move back. I don't know. But from our point of view, to get a plausible set of 4 wards, something had to move, and so we built it around a roadway that has a kind of, well, as I said, it's the spine of the area. It's not necessarily the frontier. That's a change. It's a change in the way it's understood, and I appreciate that. It's been that way for a long time. That doesn't mean it has to stay that way forever.
So, through the chair, you talk about natural, topographical, geographical boundaries that help define and you can work with. And so I'm a bit confused because Upper James fit all that criteria, but now you're now justifying it in a different way of not recognized as a natural boundary in respect to a ward, defining a ward.
Probably true. If that's your conclusion, that's fine. Yeah, we had to make a move. We moved it and using it in a different way.
Appreciate that.
It's a means of communication.
Now, help me understand, in respect to the that you received, that you indicate endorsed the options you put forward, and I want to use that lightly because when you look at a population of 520,000 people, you're looking at 200 people that are affecting a major change in this community. It's hard, you know, and we're all talking about representation. That's what this whole discussion is about. Do you find that representative?
We're not using that as an endorsement of the particular options, Councillor. That was a way for us to understand some of the kinds of things you've been raising. What is it that people like about this model? What is it that they see as problematic? What is it that they believe could be accomplished by it? It's not a popularity contest that we went out and said, you tell us what you want to pick. We were using that as a way to understand the kinds of things that worked in Hamilton. And the fact that, I mean, we had 18 public meetings. We had a lot of online and other support. So there may have only been a couple hundred at the meetings. We got a lot of other feedback, but it's not counting it up and we go with that. My comment was that when people saw that, and yes, it may not be lots, and I was only at 9 of the 8 meetings, but when people saw that, they said, gee, you know, that's surprising. That actually works. That's the kind of message that I'm simply conveying. People had not thought about it before, and on seeing it thought, yeah, that might be a way to help us accomplish other things.
So, and I was at a meeting that there was over 100 people there, and I can tell you that certainly wasn't their position, and you're indicating it was 200 that endorsed these options, so that's 50%. So can you help me understand on that 200 that actually provided final comments on your options? If I weighted the geographic input from that 200, where are they predominantly coming from?
I couldn't tell you that. Sorry.
Can we get that breakdown?
It's in there. It's in the report.
Where they're coming from?
Which meeting they went to? No, I don't know where they came from.
Fair
It was not intended to try to capture.
Fair enough. I just want to understand if that was there or not.
Yeah, no.
This last option that you just went through, the option 2 that you redefined, have you gone out and put it out for input to the broader community?
No.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. We have a couple more councillors wishing to ask questions. Did you wish to take a seat for the rest of this?
I'm fine.
Gary, do you want to take a seat? You're all right? Okay. Thank you. So I'll move Councillor Connolly, please.
My honor, Amar. First of all, I want to thank you for looking at this. I know it wasn't an easy task and try to satisfy everybody's concerns, and I don't think you'll ever will satisfy
Probably
everybody's
not.
concerns.
Probably not.
But I want to thank you for making the attempt to have an open mind and try to do the best that you can. Now, I'm not in favor of option 3 at all. I just don't think it will work for several reasons. Option 1 or 2, I'm kind of okay with both of them. And for my ward, option 1, the only thing in option 1 I would say is, and I think Councillor Johnson brought it up, is the boundary on the, you put the boundary on First Road on the east side, but the logical boundary, I think, would be Centennial, only because the new boundary goes right up Centennial, then it stops at the ridge, and then you move it over. I would think First Road would be the logical place to put it, because that's rural, and that's the only rural street I have. I only have half the street, because then it starts with Councillor Brenda Johnson. So I just think for continuity, it would make sense to move the boundary over to Centennial. I'm just putting that out for your comment.
If I may.
Yes.
And I was just trying to double check what we thought we were told, but let's leave that aside for the moment and not address it. Let me come back to the core. If council decides to adopt any one of these options today to recommend moving forward, it is still open to you to amend some of those lines.
Okay.
I would not recommend major changes, but it's your bylaw. If the bylaw says we want to take, I'm going to push my option 2, but it needs to be, and then you come back to council and you want to amend it slightly, that's within your prerogative to do. We believe we've given you what you asked for. We believe we've given what the city would benefit from. But if in your wisdom you think there are some parts that need to be fixed a little bit, it's a bit of a can of worms, but you certainly have the right to do that. So, if somehow that suggestion you're making about Centennial versus First it makes more sense, and you don't want to take it out to public consultation, you can do that at the last meeting, at the meeting we were adopting the bylaw. So that's still within your prerogative, as I suggested.
Through the chair. So this boundary was not changed for any significant, or was not kept there for any significant reasons. Your feeling was that's where we'd like to see it? Is that what I gather from that?
I'm just trying to remember the current. I'm just flipping through pages and trying to listen at the same time. Presently, that you're talking about is at First. And the suggestion was that it should be moved to Centennial. And this does not show that. Okay, so I don't quite know where that went.
Okay. That's fair enough.
I thought we had captured them all. And if there is a sense that Centennial would be more appropriate in terms of whatever interests, again, that's your prerogative. So I will double check on that, but I'm hoping I don't have to come back and talk to you, so I may have to do that.
No, but as you say, we can make those minor. Would you consider this a minor change?
That's a question in the sense that I don't, if it's mostly a rural area.
It's all rural.
Then probably you're not going to affect the population balance. You're probably not going to change other things. That's plausible as I would say a minor change. You start moving beyond that to some other things, some of the other possibilities, then you run the risk.
There's probably 30 to 40 houses on the whole street.
Okay.
Okay,
that might be doable.
And I think you've done a good job on the boundaries. I think there were some boundaries that affected Ward 6 that were, everybody thought Ward 9.
Yeah.
But when I started knocking on doors, I was knocking on Tom Jackson's ward because you couldn't tell the difference. One house was Ward 6, and you changed that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay.
And And down the mountain too.
Microphone.
Lower mountain too, just off Centennial, I had like a street and a half going along there, and Chad had everything else, and it was the same idea. I'd be knocking on doors and find out, oh, you're in Ward 5, Councillor. You know, so you clean those up, and I appreciate that. That's all I'm trying to say. There's nothing, nothing to change, and I see you've added, moved me over to one block or to the hydro. And I think that's an appropriate move too. For it fits in with Ward 9.
Well, again, my sense is that try to look at the big picture. That's really I think the place we have to start. The big picture, little parts, if need be, if they're glaring oversights, they could be addressed.
Yeah. So either one, I don't know which one I'm going to go for, but either one, option 1 or 2. I could live with them. They make some sense logically. One takes the lower Stony Creek away from Ward 9, which I hate to lose, Battlefield and those things, but I understand. And one brings me just up in the mountain, which is a growing ward. So I understand what you were doing, I think.
Let me just suggest that it's important to remember that ward boundaries are temporary.
Yep.
Maybe 30 years is not your definition of temporary, but they are there for now, and they could change again.
Yep.
They are there to get a job done. They are there to capture the big picture, as I just said,
yep.
and how Upper or Lower Stony Creek fits into that big picture is part of the challenge we had to figure out where to put those pieces together. At some point, that may be something that could be changed when you're in a different scenario.
Sure.
When you've got 20 councillors.
I just want to thank you. I think you've done a good job at reviewing what was done and listening to a lot of the communities to see what would work better. I don't think there's any major changes here. They're just minor changes that will make the ward work better. So thank you very much.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I have Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I want to talk about two things. And first I want to talk about the broader issue that I talked about in my exchange with the delegation, and which Mayor Fred very ably picked up on, which is the broader legal process question about how municipalities in Ontario create their boundaries and what should be done and what is good and what is less good. Then I want to move to the second thing that I want to talk about. The second thing I want to talk about is our challenge today, options 2 and 3, with a little bit of consideration of option 1. And I'm still very torn about what is ethically best to do. I'm still very much in a mode of thinking about the right thing to do by democracy for all the people of Hamilton. I'm still really thinking. So maybe talking out loud will help. It often does. Thank you for your indulgence as I talk out loud. And I'm looking forward to all feedback on whatever it is I wind up saying. So I want to clarify what I was talking about earlier. It's clear to me that elected bodies, i.e. us, having a say in the drawing of boundaries, how constituencies are drawn up on the electoral map, it's clear to me that our input is valuable. It's clear to me that our input is legitimate as an important factor to take into consideration. So for law geeks who are listening, I'm referring to page 194 of the reference Provincial Electoral Boundaries, Saskatchewan, of the PDF version on Canley. And I'm referring to the majority decision. There are 3 opinions in the case, but the majority of the justices finally come down with an opinion, and significantly to me, the author is Justice McLaughlin, at the time Justice McLaughlin, now Chief Justice McLaughlin, one of my personal heroes, or if you prefer, heroines in life. So I take what she writes very, very seriously. And one sentence from page 194. The fact that the legislature of Saskatchewan was involved in readjustment does not in itself render the process arbitrary or unfair. In other words, it's perfectly cool for elected people to have a say and for our voices to be taken very seriously and to be a significantly weighted factor when the final map is drawn up. Nothing wrong with that at all. I want to be clear about that. In other words, this conversation is cool, in my opinion. Well, cool is stretching it, but you know what I mean. It's a legitimate conversation, indeed an important conversation for us to be having. There was a heckle on whether it was cool, so I'm responding to that. For those who couldn't hear the heckle, it wasn't you. No, thank you. But that same paragraph, 194, still Chief then Justice McLaughlin. She writes. I'm just going to read the paragraph. I am satisfied that the proposition that the Electoral Commission of Saskatchewan was unduly unduly forced or manipulated by the legislature and consequently failed to take into consideration appropriate factors must fail. In other words, the politicians didn't bully the process, according to the justice. The process, viewed as a whole, was fair in the case of Saskatchewan. The original division between urban and rural ridings, or to analogize to us, urban and rural wards, was the work of an unimpeded commission. The subsequent adjustment largely reflected population changes and gave due weight to the principle of voter parity, which we've been talking about so much today. And the key two words in there for me right now are unimpeded commission. The Chief Justice is suggesting that what she calls an unimpeded commission is a useful thing. A useful thing, if not, she doesn't say necessary, but I'm getting an implication of deeply useful. An unimpeded commission is a legitimating factor, a legitimating mechanism for creating ward boundaries or riding boundaries, whichever, that robustly respect the Charter right to vote, which is enshrined at Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is the core constitutional right at stake in the case, which is the core constitutional right at stake in our conversation today, if I'm understanding, and I appreciate the nods from the gentlemen who seem to agree. So this leads me to the following. It seems to me that we need a bit of a legal adjustment in Ontario around how we, the municipalities, are instructed by the Municipal Act and other relevant law to create our boundaries. And I was super interested a few moments ago, Madam Chair, to hear our guest refer to the system in Nova Scotia, which I know nothing about, but clearly I want to know more about. It's not, starting point, it's not clear we couldn't have a Nova Scotia model where we make proposals and then a board gives us feedback back about whether it's good or bad or what to do. So here's the thing. I don't feel ready today to bring a motion about this because it's so vast and complicated and important a question. To use a phrase of Councillor Partridge's that others use too, I don't want to do this on the fly. I want to give some careful thought to, before I make a recommendation to the Premier of Ontario what to do, I really want to think about what I want to recommend. So this has been a very useful conversation for me in terms of thinking about what I eventually want to recommend. I'm not ready today. I'll keep y'all posted if you want to be kept posted. So I'm able to vote today. I think I'm legally allowed to vote today. There's nothing wrong with me giving input. But and in the meantime, I'm basically, the gentlemen we have paid and empowered to help us I don't think they would describe themselves as a commission. No. So we can't really see these paid gentlemen, qualified and astute and caring and ethical as they are, as the equivalent of a commission. They're agreeing with this, right? So there's a question.
The law in the Ontario system is that this requires a bylaw. Any change in the electoral system requires a bylaw. You're the only ones who can pass a bylaw. An independent body can't do that.
Right.
If you wanted to establish something at arm's length and basically ahead of time agreed to say, we will pass whatever they recommend, good luck with that, but you could do that. But at the moment, because you have that last word, it becomes difficult to make this an arm's length process. What you've done is make the research, the consultation, the ideas, the case at arm's length. I consider myself at arm's length on this process, but I still have to come and persuade you to take certain kinds of actions or to absorb the material we've provided. That is slightly different, but it does get tricky. The famous case in Ottawa around ward boundaries after amalgamation involved the case where the OMB said that the directions given to the independent commission, as it was called, or whatever, the Citizens Task Force, something, or was too restrictive. They were not given that opportunity to review everything. They were constrained, and the board threw out that proposal. That's a long topic which we don't really want to go into now, and we can have that conversation later if you like. But the reality is we are not in the same league. We're providing you something because you have to make the choice. Your input is important, and you're free to accept what we've recommended or not.
And if I understood, Madam Deputy Mayor, that was a suggestion as to how our gentlemen advisors are not a commission, are not like a commission, and shouldn't be understood as like a commission.
My understanding is that would be a body that would act completely independently and report back. And in the case of the provincial, well, we don't have one in Ontario anymore. This is done by the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission. Their report still requires legislation, but there is now, I don't know if it's a protocol or how we would do it, but there is there is an expectation that members of Parliament will not interfere in the setting of those boundaries. But that in itself has only happened since the 1960s in Canada. Before that, it was the MPs themselves doing this same work. So we've moved it away. The municipal field, we have not done that.
But nonetheless, even in the federal field, Madam Deputy Mayor, the MPs have input.
They have input, yes, and you're certainly entitled to input in all of this, and that's why I talked to all of you at some point. That's why we've had these discussions, why you were free to contact us along the way and ask questions and clarify. So yes, this is part of input.
Right. So the ethical challenge that I'm left with is pursuant to what I read in Justice McLaughlin's very smart decision, I want a commission. And what I have is not a commission. And I want to rely on the advice that I'm getting, but they're not a commission. So, so that's the challenge. We need something like a commission. So I'll look forward to developing my thoughts in that area. So now I'm going to go on to the second thing that needs to be thought about, needs to be talked about, what to do in Hamilton today and for the next election and going forward, etc. I have a question about option 2. And I wonder if it might be useful to go to page 18 of the slideshow.
To the slides. Okay.
Option 2.
Can you take me back there, or can I? Help. I'm no good at this one. Down to 18? Or do you want to do it over there?
So while they're getting up slide 18, option 1 to me isn't close enough for my taste and for my my analysis to the ideal of getting outside advice as an electoral body. So option 1 for me is not really the best, in my opinion. But we have every right to do option 1. It's just not. It's not what I think is the right one. So I'm sort of deliberating between options 2 and 3 right now. So option 2. I'm looking at it. So my first question is this. The final criterion there is effective representation.
Yeah.
And so I want to go, forgive me for doing it, but this is sort of necessary for me. Back to the case. To make a long story short, it's clear to me from Justice McLaughlin that effective representation is not the same thing as voter parity.
No, it is not.
No, it is not. So, so in your comment And I want this to be clear for those who are listening, who want to know what effective representation is and how you're thinking about effective representation and how this body is thinking about effective representation. And I'm talking about effective representation because according to the Supreme Court, that is the key. Mm-hmm. That principle, it's a hard one, it's a tricky one.
It is.
It doesn't mean necessarily voter parity, according to the Supreme Court anyway. So what does it mean according to you, and why does your comment say no significant population discrepancy, as if that was proof of effective representation?
My thinking about this lately has tried to gravitate, and part of this came in this last round, thinking about what that means in terms of the municipal level. It's a lot to do with, and we say this somewhere, it's about the connection between the representative and the elector. And there's two parts of it. Does everyone around the table speak for roughly the same number of people? That would mean everyone is treated roughly equally when decisions are made. They all have a, if you will, a reasonably similar input into a decision. There is not a big, certain people are disadvantaged or overadvantaged. That's one part of it. And the other one has to do with how the representative can perform his or her responsibilities. Now, I know in Hamilton, some of that is addressed by giving money to hire staff to do some of that. But in terms of the broader concept, it's about how much do you have to handle as a representative? How many people? How many businesses? How many kilometers of road do you have to cover? How many ratepayer groups? Are you all roughly equivalent? It's never going to be perfect, but it's trying to say, when we put those two together, is this a fair system? And can people be represented without being penalized unduly? Now, the Saskatchewan case is a bad one in the sense that they're talking about constituencies that are about a third of the size of the whole province, and it's hard to get in. We have that in Ontario, places that you can only get into by air. You can't possibly apply population to those areas because they would be just totally unmanageable. So you have to say, okay, let's set that back a bit and talk about how do you get that connection made. In the Hamilton case, and we have tried to follow this on another scale and say, okay, there is a distinctive interest, several distinctive interests, and in those cases it's acceptable to have a smaller population because there are that many more roads, kilometers of road to cover. There's that much greater distance. There are some municipalities where people have to call long distance to get to the town hall. You don't want to just apply a kind of rubber stamp population number and say everybody's the same. They're not. So when I say population discrepancy, I'm talking both sides. I don't know that means that every councillor now will get extra staff or nobody. That's your call. That's not what it's about. It's about what is your workload compared to your colleagues in terms of dealing with your constituents. How accessible are you to the people in your ward compared to the people in another ward? And that's just a shorthand. I mean, that's just, make it simple. That's what it becomes about, and that in so many words is what I think is part of the message of the Carter decision.
I appreciate that, and part of what I heard, Madam Chair, if I understood, is that Hamilton is not the same size as Saskatchewan, doesn't have the same exact demographic challenges as Saskatchewan. That's key to what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and if you look further in that report, you will see Justice McLaughlin saying it's acceptable to have population variation, to deviations of population. Deviation should be admitted, but only when they could be justified on the grounds that they contribute to better government. So you can have smaller populations in some areas if it means the governing is better because people can be in touch better than they would otherwise. So it's population is the ideal level population, and if you don't have that, if you can't get that, then you can compensate for it. And what we're trying to say here is that we can actually get good population balance, so we don't need to worry about getting too carried away with really low population wards. They're going to be lower, but we don't want to just come in and say, oh, you can have a ward of 5,000 people because it's way over by Troy, and so it's hard to get to. You don't just do it that way. You try to balance. Priority is to balance the population. Once you've done that, then you can allow for some variations based on density, based on distance, based on the nature of the communities.
Thank you. If I'm understanding the analysis, Madam Chair, I'm being told that option 2 is better from an effective representation perspective than option 3.
Yes, it turns out that it is.
It turns out that it is. And I think I know the answer, but why?
Well, I think the question of population balance and the nature, the configuration of the wards themselves ended up being a little less successful than we wanted. And I think the difference with the proposed Ward 14, for example, in option 3, it's really stretching it.
Sure.
I mean, it really is. It's all the way, from what am I thinking of? Well, it basically is a long way. Let's put it that way. It covers a huge amount of territory, and it's more difficult for a representative to serve that than, for example, in the wards in option 2.
Sure.
Maybe there are less long-distance calls in there. I don't know.
And I appreciate that answer. So, talk about this another day. But I'm still a little bit skeptical, and I have questions about, is the fair way of putting it, about to what extent an abstract principle of absolute parity is being tied to effective representation in the analysis being performed pursuant to option 2. But we can talk about that. And I totally admit Hamilton is not Saskatchewan.
And I'm not saying it's totally tied to it. Again, the premise is relative population parity is the paramount goal. Relative.
Yeah. And I totally, these are subtle distinctions, and I'm appreciative. Also on option 2, I see another area of strength about option 2, I'm told by the report, is option 2 is respectful of population and electoral trends. Option 2 is better than option 3, at least somewhat, if we look at this criterion of population and electoral trends. So population growth, right? Yeah. So could you please talk about that? Why, in your case for option 2, which you may have gathered, I'm not fully persuaded by yet, kind of thing, but I'm interested in your case for option 2.
Well, in some ways, it's probably the strongest factor, because the way these are drawn, and based on what we know now and about where growth is expected to happen, it is possible for the growth to take place without creating the need for an instant review. In other words, everything is within a range, granted a very wide range of variation, but everything is within range. It's back to that point about equity. All the wards are roughly similar in size, in population rather, at least within a defined range. And so therefore, in terms of dealing with future growth, these, if all the assumptions play out, would not need to be addressed in 2026 for further change. Whereas with the others, what you're going through now, you'd have to redo again by that time, because something will be off, something will be far too small, or something else will be through the roof. And this, for whatever factors we were able to take into account, means none of them have gone to that level.
Right. Could we please? So that's appreciated and understood, and I thank you. Could we go to slide 20, please? Slide, which is option 3.
No, that's 19. Okay, you want that one?
No, 20? Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Clerk Paparella.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is option 3. And as I understand the case so the hypothetical case for option 3 would posit that, good, robust respect for diversity of interest within the new wards is the primary thing that would recommend option 3 in the hypothetical case for option 3, right?
Yes.
Yes. In other words, that little keyword yes, right? So we talk about that, the case for option 3, and why diversity of interest within the new proposed wards is the good argument for option 3. Like, make the case for option 3, please, and then kill it if you need to. But like,
one of the things that happens, and I spoke a moment ago about the proposed 14, which is very large, but the reality is that, for example, that proposed Ward 14 is virtually entirely rural. It means that the rural community of interest, it's not the only rural part of Hamilton, but that rural interest has a single voice. It's one ward. It's not divided. It's not sharing a ward with urban areas or with suburbanizing areas. It's not sharing a ward with other kinds of communities. That in particular means that it is a much more coherent and less diverse ward, which I think is a strong point, given the importance of preserving that rural voice, which I know is what we're. And the converse, of course, is that to do that, we end up with a slightly different arrangement where the proposed Ward 15 is now, it's really more or less greater Waterdown rather than Waterdown and rural areas beyond. You can't do it perfectly, but it's an attempt to try to mean that the wards themselves are not as mixed in terms of land use or industrial base or whatever as in some others. Again, it's not uniform because the city's not uniform. We would try to put them together. So we don't believe we've grouped them, despite Councillor Whitehead's view. I don't believe we seriously divided many communities, if any. He thinks otherwise. Okay, we deliberately tried to keep them all together and find groupings that we felt were sensible.
thank you. Madam Chair, one thing I'm taking from the answers is that neither option 2 nor option 3 are bad. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Thanks. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm very grateful for indulgence. Thanks.
Not a problem, Councillor. Pleased to have you thinking out loud, as you wanted to do. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, and thank you to Aidan, Councillor Johnson. Some good questions there, and some food for thought on some of the answers. And I really have had a number of comments and questions throughout this presentation, Madam Chair. So I actually only want to hit on a few things through you to our delegate, Dr. Williams. In one of your responses earlier, I have to admit, I read the report and then I thought, wait a minute, I better get some clarity here, because as it relates to the pending transit infrastructure in this city, and then your 230K and climbing report, I'm hearing the cha-chings as the hours progress here today. You seemed a little unsure as to whether or not we were, poised to bring this project forward. And why that's concerning is in your predictions and your work here, your projections for the lower city, I would hope that you would take into account that it's climbing on 2 years since the $1 billion investment. There's been council unanimity on the transit-orientated planning, which brings, especially at the nodes and corridors, a great uplift in residential. We talk about the economic uplift as one of the 4 pillars of this higher order transit investment. We are $70 to $80 million in since the May announcement from the Premier and the investment in the lower city into this investment, either spent or committed. And there's no signs otherwise, other than some yin-yang in the summer of 2016 in the media, I guess it was a slow summer, that this project isn't a go. Or I'm a proud member of the implementation
Councillor,
subcommittee.
this is not an LRT meeting, it's a boundary review. If you could bring your questions back to that, please, I'd appreciate it very much.
I think you're going to find I'm just about there, and this preamble is a lot less time-consuming than the preambles that have occurred before me. Much appreciated. So through you, Deputy Chair, how is it you seemed a little surprised when you answered earlier whether the LRT was going to happen or not?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I'll speak on this one since it's more of the growth forecast demographics. We have embraced the fact that within the downtown wards that there's going to be growth and along the LRT. It's just that the timing will then activate when you construct it. You'll then start to activate more and more of the growth. We're only going out to 2026. If you take a look, we've embraced some of the growth within there, but you're certainly going to experience growth extending up to 2030, 2040 and such. So right now you've got some development that's being recognized within the area, but certainly not to the full extent that you would hope is activated along those corridors.
So through you, Chair, you did factor in that we are implementing higher order transit in the lower city thing.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate, Dr. Williams, did you want to add?
No, that's fine. No, okay. I might have been just a bit flippant in my earlier comment, that's all.
Well, I was paying close attention, and it was worth getting some clarity, and that's all I was looking for here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and again, your expertise, the expertise of your subs, the hours that you spent, well, your expertise and the doctor's expertise, regardless, it's appreciated. I also found some time to attempt to contact you and to have that access in the interim to what we've brought here today. So I like 16 based on the largely successful criteria that is presented in option 3. I am appreciating all of the work of my colleagues, and I appreciate the time they've spent with me talking about that work they're doing, for the most part making no real to be parochial, and we probably want to avoid that to some extent in this debate based on your past comments. I don't think you made them today, but in past comments in your presentations. But I do appreciate the work that they've done. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if I've heard some comments. My comment would be brief, while again taking into appreciation the wards that the wards councillors understand best and have worked collaboratively, most of you, on trying to come up with something that has actually been presented before us today as option 1, but then appreciating your conclusions, quite obviously, your summary and your conclusions on page 46 of the report before us today. To me, with the rep by pop being largely successful in option 3, with the electoral trends, with the means of communication and accessibility really being the only question mark, and it's not even a question mark, as partially successful, but the geography is factored in. The community of diversity of interest is already talked about. I don't need to review it. Is a big yes. Communities of interest not divided is key to me. And of course, the effective representation, as my colleague before me has very eloquently dissected just prior to my getting on the microphone. So, option 3 it is for me, and a thank you for the hours and the commitment, and as a which is very important, and you did reference this, as an arm's length. Both of you, obviously, and your team, as an arm's length consideration during this particular issue. So, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the consultants, thank you so much for your work. We met initially, and I appreciated the opportunity to express some of my interests and my concerns. Some of my questions have already been answered, obviously. We're down a long road here today. But I would like to ask about the consultation process, and I think my question really is around consultation, representation, and engagement. And so from the point of view of round 1 and round 2, I have not been able to find numbers for round 1. I can find numbers for round 2, 90 people and 105 online submissions. I don't need you to give me the numbers. My question really is, when people came to those meetings in round 1 and round 2, in each of those rounds, were they unique people, or were there same people at more than one meeting? So I guess my question is, that there's somewhere, I'm guessing, around 200 to 300 people were engaged in this process. And I think it came up at the meeting in October, and I'm afraid I couldn't because I had had surgery. But it seems to me that 200 or 300 people is not a huge representation of this city in light of the weight of this decision. And so where I'm going here is that we've gone down a long road. We've spent a lot of money, or we will have spent a lot of money. We've had great discussion, twice at least. And so I guess I really would like to know if the roughly 300 people who had input into this process, no matter how many people would have signed a petition, 300 of them showed up one way or another. Mm-hmm. If there were really 300 different people, or whether it was a couple of hundred who came to 2 or 3 meetings. Do you have any documentation on that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't give you any definitive answer on that because any attendance taking would have been done by city staff, and I don't know that it included addresses. There is the way in one of the appendix with people participating at certain locations. Let's be very clear. We followed consultation protocol established by the city. And when we were engaged to do this and bid on the job, there were expectations set out. We provided a plan. It's one of the reasons we had the 2 other organizations involved, ICA and whatever, sorry, my name has gone blank here, Trust Learning, sorry. We brought them in especially to run those consultation meetings in 2 phases. So there may have, and I hope there were a lot of people who actually went to meetings in the first round who also went to the second, but I don't know that. But at each of the meetings, I believe there were sign-in sheets for things like email communication, whatever, but I don't believe we did a tally on names, but that was not part of the project that I worked on. I would say that as I said, we followed direction, I guess is the right word, from city staff about how many to run, where to hold them. We tried to vary the night of the week or the day of the week, varied the locations. It gave people as many opportunities as they could to attend, and many of them may have, in fact, attended more than one, but I can't say for sure. The fact that people, and there was certainly lots of information provided on the website through various other communication channels. Let's be clear, we can't make people attend. We can give them every opportunity to do so and to contribute, but we can't make them attend. That's why we can't say because there were 300 people and 150 said this, therefore that's what you should do. You need to do what's right for the city based on the analysis that's here and your own interpretation. It's not popularity. Popularity would perhaps lead to a result that may not be the right one. I don't know, because they were not there to give us a tally, if I can put it that way. They were there to help us understand the city and the parts of the city, and to help us understand which of these approaches that we took they found acceptable. And quite clearly, a number of ones we tried, threw them out. Nobody could see anything good in it. We thought we had some ideas, but nobody liked it. Okay, tell us why, and that's as much as anything, why you like it, why you don't like it. Clue to what it is we're trying to accomplish. So, you know, the fact that there was not a massive turnout is not, it's I would say it's a kind of generic issue with questions of this kind. It comes back in part to Councillor Johnson's questions about a process. You don't have to consult, but you do. You give people opportunities. They don't have to take them. We've tried to weigh up what we heard without it being a count. We use it as insight, and you know, we were very much following the protocol that city uses on consultations, and that's what we got.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to be clear. There was no criticism intended. I was more interested in how many unique people showed up to express an opinion, and whether they came to the first and the second round. Yeah. That wasn't part of my question. I was just really looking for, do we have a feel for how many people actually engaged in this process. So thank you for your answer. The answer I get from that is no, we don't. We just know how many numbers showed up at each thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So to go beyond that, to talk about engagement and representation, when you talk about how many people actually live in a ward, what the population is, that's part of it. But I'd like to go back to build on something that my colleague across the horseshoe said, and that is that representation isn't really necessarily based on how many people live in that ward. And so one of the monitors that I would look at if I were looking at this, and I'm not a professional at looking at this kind of thing, but as a layperson, one of the things I would be looking at is what kind of engagement is in a ward as it is now. Mm-hmm. And I can do that, so I can talk about my ward. 44% of the people in my ward, the eligible electors, come out to vote. And the next ward down is Ward 1, and 41% show up at the poll to express an opinion. And I'm not trying to get into how to get more of the vote out or who gets the vote out or any of that. I'm just saying that that's a monitor about engagement in the ward, you know, without going and banging on a door and saying, hey, what do you think about this? They have to come out, they have to vote. The rest of the wards are somewhere between 28 and 36%. And so although some wards may have fewer people, and we discussed this in my office, I said that in my ward, where I have rental apartments and I have single-family semis, that most of my work does not from rental apartments. Although when you look at population figures in a ward, you're considering people who live in rental apartments. And I'm not saying that they're not engaged, many of them are. I'm just saying that in my ward, and I can only talk from my office, the calls we handle are primarily from property owners. Because they're the ones that worry about their garbage didn't get picked up and their investment in the community for the most part. So I'm not saying that other people are not interested. I'm just saying that there are things I believe that representation is about how well you are able to service your community. And part of that is how engaged is your community? How engaged is your population? And so when you just look at numbers and when it's your primary goal, which it to me appears to be, I think that you're missing something. You're missing the way that we as councillors are able to service our ward. And are based on the population figures. So those of us with fewer population have less money to spend on our office, on our staff, on events, on things that we do to engage our residents and our constituents. So I'm having a little struggle with that. That there's so much emphasis put on population. I'm just personally having a struggle with that. And for me, option 2, if you look at option 2 has exponentially increased Ward 13. It's about a 30 to 45 minute drive from Ward 13 to Gore Road, which would be the end of my ward in option 2. As the letter that's been sent in says, from Councillor Pasuta says, that Ward 14, which you basically have attached to Ward 13 in option 2, is made up of 17 small communities, settlement areas, agricultural, and agribusiness. Ward 13, as it is now, has no rural area. And I'm certainly not saying that if option 2 is the decision of council, that I can't represent them. But I certainly can't represent them as someone like Councillor Pasuta, who understands agriculture and understands that rural community, until I get to know them and until, it takes a whole lot more. I'm just saying you've got 2 different communities. They're 2 totally different communities. I have no problem revising my ward boundaries to include areas that already are sort of cohesively common with the current Ward 13. So I have a problem with option 2. I just needed to lay that on the line. I just needed to say that there's You know, you can easily justify some things. And those are things that I think everybody agrees sort of work. But when you have areas where people really are adamantly opposed to it, and by people I mean people in the know their ward, because we didn't have a great big residential turnout on this issue. And I know that when people talk to me in my ward about it, they don't care where the boundary is. I don't know who cares. Like, I don't know who it is who's really got a burning desire to change ward boundaries, because I'm not in each of these other wards. And those councillors alone have a feeling for that. But I'm not married to the current boundary, and I'm not married to anything. I am interested in what works. So for me, option 2 is the one that I have the most difficulty with of these 3 options. And I want to be sure that when we're done here, we really can represent the final product appropriately and effectively. So thank you for your work, and thank you for your comments and your answers to questions. Some of it's helped me quite a bit.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I'm still going to listen to what else comes up, and I'll have to vote appropriately. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and appreciate the I appreciate the presentation and also the length of time that you stood up there, but this is nothing new for you. This is kind of a repeat performance. There's so many good questions have been asked and answered, but I'm going to just pick up on something that Councillor Vanderbeek said, and that is, you know, about just how many people in our city are really engaged in this. And I know from my own board, and thank you, by the way, for adjusting the presentation to include the meetings that were held in my ward, which were missed out of the initial report and presentation. Even looking around the gallery today, looking through the chamber, how many people are in here? You know, I mean, and that's not knocking anybody or anything. It's just saying that if this is such a huge issue, I would expect this gallery to be filled, like it was when we had the casino debates, like it was, you know, on other issues that we've dealt with. Do you want to comment on that?
Just say, the reality is, and you look at a number of OMB hearings, this is an issue that matters the most to you.
Right.
And that's what this discussion, you're the people who care the most about it.
Right.
And that's not unimportant in terms of the process you follow. And yeah, the fact that people couldn't care less, just tell me where to vote and I'll look at the list and I'll go for it. Yeah. But yeah, the reality is this matters to you more than anybody.
And you know what, I really appreciate that. But I will tell you, I have a lot of OMB hearings in my ward, and there's always lots of people there.
Yeah, so, the hearing might be different, but the actual, the point was that the actual topic.
I'm not debating with you. Okay. I'm just clarifying a statement.
Just want to be clear.
Through the chair. Okay. So my question, you know, and you've answered this question coming from a couple of different directions about, you know, just if we did want to do any further tweaking. And I want to just say to my council colleagues that we have a couple of options here today. You know, we just need to receive the report. It's an information report. It's not making any recommendations, so we can just receive the report. And in terms of actually moving the motion, we can do that today as well. And then if I understood you correctly, and Professor, if you could just kind of clarify this for me, if we do that, then between now and council, we could do some tweaking, or between now and when the bylaw is complete, we could do some tweaking. Did I hear that correctly?
I shouldn't be speaking to your own procedural arrangements, I'm afraid. I did say at the end of the
comments that you made, sir, through the chair.
Yeah, I realize. Let me just back up though. At the end of the presentation, I did say that you will get a bylaw.
Right.
How you get from today to the bylaw, I think I would have to defer to the clerk and others as to whether you normally amend bylaws beforehand. I don't know how you do that. If there are issues you would like to address in that bylaw,
right,
my message would be follow whatever methods you usually use to get them in front of council. That's probably, I overstated that before, but I really just mean you need to figure out if there is an option that you want to work with and there are changes to be made, then obviously the bylaw is the time to do it.
Thank you very much for that. And Madam Deputy Mayor, if I could just pose that same scenario to Madam Clerk and hear her opinion.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if you received today's report, you are just receiving the report and there's no further action taken. If you'd like to table today's report until such time as members of the committee have had more time to discuss it and make a decision, you can certainly table it, and it can be lifted when committee is ready to do so.
All right, but we could also, Deputy Mayor, we could also move a motion on one of the options today. We could do that as well.
Yes, absolutely. Today, if you need more time, either way, yes.
Okay, and thank you for that. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, the other comment I wanted to make was, Professor, you referenced in your report, and again, thank you, on how important the rural community is and that it needs to be recognized and that there are some uniqueness to it. And I appreciate that because in our urban community, agribusiness represents $1.2 billion to our economy here in Hamilton, and I think it's quite significant. So I'm a little disappointed there wasn't something in your present, not necessarily along those lines, but just on the uniqueness of our rural community. And I do have to, Madam Deputy Mayor, make some comment, because I've received a couple of emails when you made the comment about Ward 15 really being a rural water down. That did not go over well.
Greater water down.
That did not go over well. No, my folks are very sensitive to that. Very sensitive to that. 70% of my ward is rural, and I hear from these folks often. They're very, very engaged in our community. But thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I really don't have any further questions, but I very much appreciate the work that you've done. In terms of the options before us, I do have a letter from my council ward colleague, Robert Pursuta, which I will be reading out. But my preference, when I look at options here, my preference is to go with option 1. And if there was some tweaking to be done between now and council or now in the bylaw, Madam Clerk, if we could do that, I'm not sure. But I am supporting option number 1, and I would be quite happy to see that come today. And if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to read the letter from Councillor Pursuta. And Councillor Pursuta, I know you're watching. I've had a few emails. So Councillor Pursuta says, may I ask that this letter be read and included in the minutes for today's meeting. Due to health reasons, I have been unable to attend City Council meetings. The decision you make today has the potential to take the heart out of rural Ward 14, West Flamborough. In my 10 years in office, I have struggled to keep the rural spirit alive. Working along with my council colleagues, I feel I have gained some ground. In the Hamilton Ward Boundary Review, it states that it is acknowledged and understood the Hamilton rural area has a distinct character that must be protected. It's not always about numbers. We want the value of our rural communities to be recognized. This can only be achieved through representation that puts their needs first. Ward 14 is made up of 17 small communities, settlement areas, agriculture, and agribusiness, and the needs of these residents require the understanding of the rural way of life. Ward boundary option 1, which is before you, has been discussed by Councillor Partridge and myself. This option adds the southwest rural portion of Ward 15 to Ward 14, thereby increasing Ward 14's population. I respectfully ask for Council's consideration and support of option 1. Thank you, Rob Pursuta. And Madam Deputy Mayor, if I can just speak to that for a moment. You know, Rob and I, we work together very closely, as do a number of the councillors around this table. In fact, I would say all of us work together on many different things. But Rob and I work together, we support each other, and we hold meetings together, lots of community meetings. And it is because of the people out there, the farmers, the businesses. There's a number of businesses there. Some of them make $70 million a year. They contribute an incredible amount of taxes to the city of Hamilton, and they do it because they love this city. And they do it because they're located in an area where they have employees who live, work, and play in this city. So my recommendation, which I hope everyone will consider, is that we go with option 1, whether we do it today or whether we do it another day. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. And to that, so I'm first going to ask that we have to receive, sorry, hang on a second, we still have a speakers list. So I have, sorry, there's no motion on the table. She's mentioned, and I'm going to clarify, that she is prepared to move a motion at the appropriate time. Correct, Councillor Partridge?
Yeah, Madam Deputy Mayor, there is no motion on the floor at this time.
Okay.
But you do have a speakers list.
Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have put in her roadmap that she received the letter prior
Correct.
to putting the motion forward.
If you allow
so that
me
it
to do the
become
job
part of the official record.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Councillor.
So I approached you, I looked at the speakers list. You'll remember quite some time, maybe a week or two ago, and that the previous deputy mayor suggested, based on protocol, that presentations be received and then an appropriate speakers list be created for comments, at which time, which is the appropriate time, motions be put forward. So can you please just confirm that I'm the first person on the speakers list?
There's no motion.
Can you
on
please
the floor.
confirm that I am the
Councillor,
first person?
you asked to be put on the speaker after all the questions have been raised.
After it's been received.
Yes,
so that puts me first person on the speakers list
You
after
have,
it's been
Councillor.
received.
Then
So as the point of order continues, that procedurally, that would give me the priority to move a motion subsequent to this being received. Just to clarify that based on protocol.
You will be first on the speakers list, whether you present a motion or not. That's the question at that time.
Thank you. I'm glad we clarified that. The motion will be.
Thank you. If I can follow the duly prepared roadmap that Madam Clerk has so diligently kept me apprised of, can I please have a motion to receive the letter of correspondence from Councillor Robert Basuda that Councillor Partridge has kindly read out? Moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favour? Thank you, everyone. Moving on now, I'm going to just refresh so everybody knows. I have first-time speaker, Councillor Lloyd Ferguson. I have second-time speaker, Councillor Brenda Johnson, Mayor Fred Eisenberger, and then if I hear no one else, we go to comments. I have Councillor Matt Green.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I stayed relatively quiet through this, and I don't have any particular questions. I think I've asked them the last time the consultant was here, but I will make the comments similar to what other speakers have done so far. Number one is people in Ancaster don't give a hoot about this issue, and that was represented by the number of people that showed up to the two public meetings. I attended both, and if my memory serves me right, there was about 7 or 8 people total that showed up from Ancaster. There was other people there, but when I talked to them, they're from other wards. And now when I talk to people in our community, like, are you aware this thing's coming down and what it means? Their only issue was keep Ancaster intact. Secondly, I'm not on for any more politicians. The public does not want to pay for any more politicians. And so that would discount option 3. I'm not on to wipe out the rural representation. I think that's a huge part of our community. I think it's very important. I love hearing from Robert. And I come from a farming background too. There's a lot of, 2/3 of Ancaster is rural, but it's not the large farms. I can count one hand from our large farms. There are a lot of hobby farms, but there is primarily over in Ward 14 is where they come from. I'm not on to wipe that out. We need representation from the rural community around this table because it's still a big part, as Councillor Partridge said, economy. So for that reason, I'm going to support option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going now to Councillor Brenda Johnson, and with all due respect, the gentlemen have both been standing for quite a long time. We really should. If we can get questions to them, then we can receive their presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just to clarify, Williams, when both Councillor Conley and I suggested that First World Road East goes to Upper Centennial, I would like you to make a note of this, and I can resend it. It was an email between you and I when you were clarifying some of the changes that we were making. It was on December 22nd. And the last paragraph, because all of my responses were in red, there's another change extending Ward 11 from First Road East to Upper Centennial that will now put all of rural Upper Stony Creek in the same boundary. So just want to be clear that it was suggested prior to the new year starting. So I would really respectfully request that this is not a minor change, it's a change by omission right now. We need to correct that.
Okay, we can speak about that if you like afterward, because my note is slightly different than that. And I don't have that part.
Okay, I'll resend it. Thank you.
That's it, Councillor. Thank you. And I have Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
So, I mean, I just have one kind of generalized question, and I'll have some comments later. If the slate was completely clear here, without all the baggage that we see from various areas, I mean, everybody has issues with something or another in terms of the scope of this. If that didn't exist, would you still be recommending a ward system, or would there be some other electoral system that would be improved in terms of fair and equitable representation? I mean, you're dealing with what you're dealing with based on what lies on the ground here right now and what happens in this horseshoe. But in a perfect world, would this be the representation you would pick as effective, fair, and representative?
If I understand the correct question, would you keep wards in Hamilton? Is that as opposed to going at large? And I would say yes.
I don't want to lead the witness, but not a bad thought.
No, I think it would be highly inappropriate to try to elect all councillors at large. So wards would stay in place in some form. The dilemma I think you're facing is that you've had wards that predate, some of it predate amalgamation and some at amalgamation. And as we've said in the language here somewhere, it may have been in the first report, if I were to if you were to come to me and say, design us a ward system for Hamilton in 2017, I'm going to be straightforward, I would not design the system you've got now. Because you're working under some issues around where the old boundaries were and whatever. This is not one that you would dream up and say, this is a great system. So that's not quite what you asked, but I'm going to stick with that.
And that's a fair statement, and I kind of led you there, so that's okay. I appreciate that. So given that, I mean, when we hear, people making defense of the economic engine that agriculture is, and we can make comparisons in terms of the economic value of one ward against the other, but fundamentally this is about equity and representation, nothing more. This is about how many electors get to elect one representative as opposed to the electors that get to represent someone in another ward, and them having an equal say in what happens on council as a whole. Essentially that's the issue that we're dealing with here, not whether it's agriculture or urban or rural. I mean, all of that really isn't the issue. The issue is, what's the value of that one vote and what does it represent?
With you, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make that point because I think we're kind of varying off into all kinds of areas of rationalization about what's important. We all agree agriculture is important. We all agree that there's economic engines that need to be preserved. I think the issue of fair and equitable representation, which will never be perfect, is still a fundamental issue that we have to deal with in this room, either today or in the future, because it isn't going to go away. And so we all love Dundas, we all love Ancaster, we all love Stony Creek, but the value of those votes do differ based on population, and that's an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good questions and comments that I did allow, and I'm just going to ask now that Councillor Whitehead, to move to receive the presentation so the good gentleman can have a seat. Absolutely. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favor? And you're welcome to sit and listen to the rest of this, I'm sure. I'm going to go now to the speakers list for comments. Councillor Green, and then I have Councillor Eisenberg. Do you want to be Councillor Whitehead?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and notably I said nothing during the question period because for me this is not really a complex question. My understanding of it is that we are here elected in a representative democracy where we have different viewpoints in terms of our roles within this representative democracy, some of which tend towards being delegates, simply conduits of public interest or populist interest. How many people showed up, or how many emails did I get? Others viewed as trustees, and I think at different times we're a little bit of the first and a little bit of the second. And so I think that what I'm hearing around the table in terms of some of the arguments against reforming or advancing on electoral reform. And it should be noted that this is very timely. The Prime Minister has just backed off from his commitment to provide electoral reform before the next election. But it has been posed, if it's not broken, why do we fix it? Well, I would like to suggest, Madam Deputy Mayor, that as a progressive councillor, I believe that government has the ability to improve, that government is a vehicle for public good, that government is not inherently bad, and that in our representative democracy, there is a very simple, fundamental foundation, which is one person equals one vote. The general public is always reluctant to change. I understand that. So I'd like to paraphrase Edmund Burke, who wrote about Parliament, and I'm going to paraphrase it in a city context, that Hamilton is not a council of ambassadors from different and hostile interests, which interest each must maintain as an agent and advocate against other agents and advocates. But this council is a deliberative assembly of one city with one interest, that of the whole. You choose a member, indeed, but when you have chosen she, him, or they, member of their simple community or their simple neighborhood, but they are members of this city council. And so my primary concerns throughout this process is that I've heard large portions of our city be dismissed. We've heard comments around homeowners, businesses, and there's a saying in Rome, there are some that count their votes and others that weigh them. I believe that we ought to count our votes for one person representing one vote. There's a disproportionality in our system. It's been well articulated. We acknowledge that. There is an opportunity here. In the best case scenario, I would have deferred, much like Councillor Johnson said. I believe that any time we intercede in this type of process, it does lead for gerrymandering. It does create an unequal weight in the way that decisions are made vis-a-vis the representatives that are here today. And I can fully appreciate why people in overrepresented communities wouldn't see the problem in that. In fact, might feel the privilege in having had that historical disproportionate weight. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Councillor Pasuta. I reached out to him and spoke to him. I told him in no way in his absence would I try to eliminate his ward. The next best alternative is option 3. And make no mistakes about it. Regardless of whether you view your job as simply a delegate of your public will or a trustee who requires you to represent your own judgment in the proper course of action around good governance, the general public may or may not have a full understanding of good governance around the table. But we ought to, as directors of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And as it stands right now, we have the opportunity to address the democratic deficit that's before us. And it's been said, well, this is the way Canada was built, that they are inherently these communities of interest. And I agree that that is the case. And I agree that at the provincial and federal level, the Constitution makes it much more difficult for change. However, before us is a pragmatic compromise that adds representation in an equal and equitable way across the city, that addresses the communities of interest, that addresses some of the geographic barriers, and has been presented by an unbiased third party. And so if there's one thing I'm learning, and I'm learning it well, and I'll say this from my councillor, my neighbor councillor, Councillor Farr, trying to learn to compromise. Option number 3, for me, is the practical, ethical, pragmatic compromise to meet all of our interests. I will further state that any consideration given to individuals around this table, I think, does a disservice to the conversation, because our good governance is bigger than any individual person present. It's certainly bigger than Councillor Matthew Green, who may not be here in the next election. This is a question about what is best for the city and its residents. So the studies have been clear. The experts have come back. We hear all this talk around cost consciousness, and yet here we are in one fell swoop, get rid of a very valuable consultant's report with our own recommendations. That, by its very definition, is gerrymandering. When we enter into a process and provide to our own benefits in our own colloquial, parochial way, in our own self-interest, that by definition is gerrymandering, and I will have no part of it. Procedurally, I waited and said nothing, Madam Deputy Mayor, to go first in the list, because procedurally, as a representative democracy, I believe that if you guys believe in what you believe, that you will vote accordingly, which means we will call the question on option number 3 to move the motion that we recommend option number 3, and if you vote against that, you will stand and you will be accounted for. This is not a vote that will just go away and people won't have the opportunity to go on the record. Today you will go on the record. Regardless of the outcome, I imagine tomorrow it's probably going to go to the OMB or later. And it's not about how many people are here today. It's about what is the right thing to do for our democracy. Leadership takes courage. Governments can always be better. And so for that reason, I am moving that we support option number 3 as a very practical, ethical, and pragmatic compromise to all of the issues that have been, and I've listened, believe me, very carefully to your concerns. Option number 3 is that compromise. And I urge everybody who's sitting on the fence to please support that so that we can move this city forward in a more equitable way. The motion is seconded by Councillor Farr, and I would like to ask that we have a standing recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor. And only in the matter of process, because as a matter of, as our process around this table is a mover of a motion does not speak to it first.
Correct.
Which presents a dilemma, but I'm going to turn to Madam Clerk, and only because you've raised the question of process, initially I'm asking Madam Clerk, but our normal practice has been if you speak to an item, you cannot move the motion in the same.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct, that it has been Council's practice. However, there is nothing in the procedural bylaw that prevents a councillor from speaking, providing a motion. It just has been Councilor's practice.
Thank you. So, and I do have a speaker's list, then these were comments. So, Councillor, if you're,
Just for clarity.
So let's, just for clarity, because now we have to determine, are we dealing with this motion, because I'm getting more speakers putting their hands up. So, are we putting the motion on the floor? Councillor Green is moving option 3, seconded by Councillor Farr, but I did have Councillor Whitehead on the speakers list before the motion was moved for comments. So the motion's on the floor. So to that, then I'll go to Councillor Whitehead and then Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I often think about the whole issue of the process, and the process is pretty clear to the Municipal Act that the ward boundaries fall in the purview of this council. And I think we heard from the consultants, it's pretty clear that no one knows the area, the communities of interest, and these are consultants coming from the outside, better than the councillors representing those communities for all these years. It's pretty clear that the number of people that got involved with this process was dismal and probably even weighted. It's also clear that this was driven at a time when there were concerns in respect to the division of council along the new communities through the amalgamation in the old city of Hamilton. We come a long way over that period of time. Greater cohesion, and if you look at how votes line up, I would beg to differ in regards to that division being clear. I think there's been more consensus around this table than there ever has been. Let's get back to the number issue. It's pretty clear when you talk about effective representation, that can mean many things, and I think Arlene touched on some of it. So the question is, one, do our people feel, do the people that are being impacted by this feel that they're not getting fair representation? Well, the numbers certainly on the chart might reflect one thing. but certainly it's not compelled by the people that participated in this process, or certainly the feedback subsequent to this process from the community in regards to the comments we're hearing. One of the things was really clear that I hear from the community is don't divide communities of interest. Don't divide the legacy of relationship building that has been established over a generation in respect to working on issues in a collaborative way and creating those interconnectivity amongst neighborhoods. So when I look at what our responsibility is, I think you have to balance those issues. And I would say very clearly, if I was a representative in a ward that's not being touched in any way, I'd probably be emboldened to make the same speech I just heard. But that's not what's happening here. Because it's easy to be sitting on one side of the fence, not being impacted in any way, and then provide a speech about do the right thing when you haven't represented those areas, you don't have appreciation or understanding of the communities of interest, and therefore you're not affected by it, and then you provide a lecture to the balance of us. And when I look at the numbers, it's pretty clear. If we want to solve this problem in regards to the 25% disparity, all we had to do is one thing. Eliminate ward, I think it's 14, Rob Basuda's ward. We did that, we wouldn't have the 25% disparity, and there wouldn't necessarily be this kind of discussion. I feel that there's over time an understanding and appreciation of the voices around this table, whether it's dealing with areas of social service and social economic issues, or whether it's the agriculture community. Those voices should not be diluted. And I think there is a consensus around a number of us that that agricultural voice, whether it's Rob Basuda or whoever, so it's not about the individual, let's be clear. It's about where the representation comes from and who they represent. That voice could not, should not, in a community of this size and understanding the significant contribution of the agriculture community, needs to be heard. And when you deal with a rural area, you need to understand it's not going to have the same density. You need to appreciate that that is not the case. I know there's an OMB hearing in Ottawa that case was made and succeeded. So to suggest that numbers are everything, and I'm going to ask this question to every councillor around here. I mean, I don't think the lower city councillors have been having complaints from their residents that they feel that their vote isn't being counted for in regards to the population and representation, and of course that's reflected in what has transpired with this change. But certainly it's changed significantly in other areas of the city. The question is, how many, not only through this process, but subsequently or even before, and saying, I don't feel that we're getting fairly represented in regards to the numbers and the representation we have in these locations. I didn't hear it once. I never heard it once. Being one of the larger wards, I never heard it once. Effective representation. Well, in the heart of Ward 8, for example, we have Westcliff Mall, and it's been a great tool for every Saturday, me setting up a desk and an office for all those to come, right in the heart of the community. There are neighborhoods that have long-standing relationships on many fronts, and now we're seeing the gut heaved out based on these ward boundaries and some of these options. We see a community like Gorley or Gilkson neighborhood or Burnett that fundamentally have a community of interest and work with their following neighborhoods and have stormwater issues and shared issues that are distinct. When you look at a boundary and a woodlot and a huge separation, and then you look at the Meadowlands and you combine that with that demographic, I mean, isn't this about effective voices representing community of interest? Or is this about diluting the community of interest so those voices can't be heard? And I think that we have a role as effective planners around this table to ensure, and that's what I've always said, I think we got some of the one of the best councils in regards to representation because they truly represent the voices and the demographics of the areas that they've been elected to represent. Who wants to dilute that? Certainly doesn't want that diluted. Certainly I'm hearing from Ward 8 residents, they don't want it diluted. So to bring change for change's sake is not an answer. To dramatically and intrusively separate and carve out and put boundaries that completely divide neighborhoods is not necessarily the best thing in regards to the impact it has. And the problem is that there are those that currently sit in neighborhoods that by all these options, for all intents and purposes, have no change. But certainly in other areas, there's significant change. But they don't live those life experiences that some of these councillors around this table live every day in representing those particular areas. The other piece I want to focus on is, you know, in one of these options, I think it's option 2, you're looking at Ward 7, the south component. There's no growth. Like there's just no possibility of growth. It's locked in at 37,500. Meanwhile, the lower city boundaries aren't even touched, and they're projecting 44,000, and it still has growth potential because of the density targets we've set. But they've locked in 37,000 people in one ward, and they say that's a good thing. Well, it's the best thing we can do. Is that parity? Is that really reaching out and trying to find a solution? And what's the solution to see how many wards you can completely, totally decimate in regards to the communities of interest? You know, when you see and some of their options where they go, it's okay, we're going to take 4 of your neighborhoods and we're going to put it over here, and we're going to take 4 neighbors from here and plug it into your ward. I'm going, well, it's the same number. So what in fact have you changed? You're trying to accommodate something, but at the same time, it's pretty intrusive when you think about you're just exchanging, but the numbers are the same. So I think that there can be improvement, and let's understand that 8 years. I think it's every 8 years there is, and we should have a ward boundary review. So as the population grows and what the reality sets in, we have an opportunity to change those boundaries. As the other case for me, quite clearly, is that there is some room on the option 1.
Excuse me, is this about option 3?
Yes.
Councillor,
I'm building a case.
I'll chair the meeting. Thank you.
So is there an opportunity to take option 1 and continue meeting some of those principles that have been suggested, or even improve on them, I should say, without completely decimating particular areas of this community that are clearly a community of interest, but certainly not recognized as such, unfortunately, or they were victims of trying to meet number targets, understanding that some communities of interest would have to ways to get there. So for those reasons, I believe, and then option 3, I believe that is the option with the additional ward. Is that correct? No one has provided direction to these consultants that I recall that said go and define ward boundaries, but you could have any number of ward boundaries, or sorry, a number of councillors or wards. And I know that in the Ontario Municipal Board, they'll make it clear in their rulings in Ottawa that they don't have the right to decide how many wards there'll be. They can only make the decision on the wards that are before them. So I'm trying to understand if we're going to go option 3, then clearly we need to have a vote, not even on the option, but whether or not we support 16 wards. And if we do support 16 wards, then it opens up a whole new discussion on consultation, whether this is the best model for 16 wards or are there others. Because don't forget, there was only one option that was put before us today, with 16 wards. That's the only one option, and because there was no direction given. And so we're going to accept the only option without the contrast of having them look at how 16 wards would look in other configurations. So is this the best option for 16 wards, if that was the decision of council? I would suggest if that was the premise, then perhaps it's not. So I think there are real legitimate concerns, and I'm not concerned about moving forward. I know that the committee will rise significantly in regards to the concerns. I've heard them. I know that Councillor Jackson's heard them, and I'm sure Councillor Scully, and as well as G. Partridge and Rob Basuta and Arlene Vanderbeek and Brenda Johnson and Ferguson, we're hearing from the community, and they're going, they didn't really care about this process until they realized what it meant. Now they'll start rising. Now they'll start signing petitions. Now they'll have their voice heard because they understand the implications. So for those reasons, I just, in good conscience, cannot support option 3.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Marula to the motion. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support option 3, and I'll explain why. Frankly, option 3 is my preference, to be honest with you, but I'm not supporting it. Yeah, it's something that I've been talking about tongue-in-cheek with Councillor Collins for years, for nearly 20 years. I benefit from that. It's something that naturally is a progression of my ward and with Kings Forest, Rosedale Arena, and so on. It's my neighborhood, but I'd feel awkward supporting what my preference is, to be honest with you. It shouldn't even be within our discussion at this point. This should have started with a third-party independent source. It is the most self-serving process for me to take a position of supporting option 3 right now. The most self-serving. Frankly, I couldn't look at anybody in the eyes walking out of here knowing that I supported option 3 is what my preference is, knowing what the impact is around this table. So having said that, and not looking at it from a self-serving perspective, but understanding that anything worth looking at is worth, as important as this is, needs to be dealt with incrementally. And we have been very slow on the mark on this, and I want to say, and I was a huge proponent of moving quicker on this issue 15 years ago, when there was absolutely no will. And I was actually criticized for taking on this because it was seen as an anti-suburban initiative at that time. But at that time, it really made sense because, as an example, Ward 11, who had, I think, 15 or 16,000 people at that time, most of the suburbs were nowhere near what the old city of Hamilton was with respect to representation by population. Nowhere near it. And at that time, it should have been dealt with at the beginning at amalgamation, but we inherited that mess from the transition board, along with literally hundreds of other very incompetent policies that took years to reverse. This is just another example of that. So as we progress over the last 17 years, we've seen the population growth in the suburban area. And ultimately, we've seen it to a point where they're actually surpassing some of the wards, including my own, in the inner city. So I'm not going to sit here and be pompous and claim I'm going to take the ideological road when I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I really, really feel strongly about that. And I think we need to focus on this in a very compassionate manner. We all know the history of amalgamation. I have family that live in the suburbs. It's still an issue. And many of these communities deserve to be part of this process, although they may have not been part of it because they really either don't see the importance of it or haven't really been engaged to understand what it means is an entirely other issue altogether. But the fact that it's before us, I think, is primarily the foundation of the mistake that we're faced with on this issue. It should never, ever have been decided here what option we should take. It should have been an independent third party. But again, like many other things we've had to deal with in the past, we have to deal with whatever the province gives us. And at present, the legislation and the way it's set up It's in our hands. So having said that, I will be moving option 1 if this option fails, even knowing that my preference is option 3. It's for the betterment of the relationship of this council moving forward and the betterment of this community moving forward, because I think we should be building bridges rather than burning them, because God knows there's too much damn divisiveness out there, and this is the foundation of divisiveness. If anybody understands politics in this city, they understand the rural and urban split and the emotions attached to it. And if you don't understand that, you have your head up your butt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Eisenberger.
Just in
Mayor
case it wasn't
Eisenberger.
divisiveness. Just got your head up.
Mr. Mayor?
Call the question on option 3.
Moving to call the question, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor to call the question. So we have a standing recorded vote. I think you requested, Councillor, correct? On option 3. All in favor? Madam Clerk, I'll read off. So we have in favor Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Jason Farr, Councillor Matthew, and for Mayor Fred Eisenberger. Opposed? Getting a letter. We have Councillor Sam Marula, Councillor Chad Collins, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Donna Skelly, Councillor Terry Whitehead, Councillor Maria Pearson, Councillor Judy Partridge, Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, Lloyd Ferguson, and Councillor Brenda Johnson. That fails. Thank you. Yes?
I'll move option 1.
Okay, so I have Councillor Sam Marula is moving option 1, second by Councillor Judy Partridge, correct? Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, to option on the list.
Thank you. So, I mean, this is now evidence of the kind of divisiveness that we get into based on having to make the decision here. So I said this earlier, and I quite agree with Councilor Marula that this is totally untenable for us in terms of how we go forward. So clearly, my preference was, and not unlike Councilor Marula, if option 3 came to the table, I'd support it. I knew where it was going to go. And I think, unfortunately, that hopefully doesn't lead to some kind of finger pointing about you were trying to, undo my ward or my area or, all of that sort of stuff, because that's nonsense. So we're all working on the same parameters. Option 1, if that's where council wants to be, that's fine. The reality is, it's probably going to go to the O&B, and you know what? And they'll unfortunately end up making a decision as to where this ultimately ends up, and that's fine too. I think that happens maybe too often, but it happens nonetheless. And so it's an improvement. It's an improvement about where we were yesterday if we go to option 1. I mean, I think that's a positive step, and I do commend everyone for coming together under this very difficult circumstance. And so I'll just say again, at the end of this, we should really drafting a motion to appeal to the province to come up with a different process. This is going to happen in communities across the province of Ontario time and time again in the future. And if we can find a better way of doing that without having this kind of unnecessary potential division created, that would be very, very helpful. So I don't know if anyone has a thought to that, but I'll certainly move it at the appropriate time that we draft a letter to the province appealing to them to come up with some sort of a third-party process that doesn't require this kind of council divisiveness that we're currently seeing around these kinds of issues. So having said that, I'll say option 1, and pleased that council came together and put together some alternatives. I think that is much better than doing nothing at all, quite frankly. And I'll just say this one comment, and this is certainly what I heard from many members of council, that for those that did adopt or support option 3, I'd heard that in the absence of coming together, that folks were actually pretty much aligned to adopt option 3 as well, the way it's been currently put forward. That's the message that I got from a majority of members of council. So now we're going to hear shaking of heads, and I get that, but that's the message that I got. And so, so hopefully we won't get into this he said, she said stuff, but the reality is that out of these options, I think option 1 is a positive move forward option that certainly gets us further along to better representation than we currently have in place right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have Councillor Green and Councillor Brenda Johnson to the motion.
Thank you. To the motion, Madam Deputy Mayor. I caution against this. Like, I feel like we're creating this idea that this is divisive. It's not divisive. It's democracy. We're going to have tough conversations. We're not always going to agree on things. It's important that if we believe in something, we stand accounted for. We have, Madam Deputy Mayor, in our electronic works in front of us, we have the ability to record every vote. And that matters. Residents need to feel that they can track how their councillors vote on certain issues. And, you know, there was an idea with option number one that somehow we would be, you know, in keeping the status quo, we would be keeping an equitable system. That's not true. The off-stated quote is that equity feels like oppression when you're used to privilege. So by keeping the status quo, keeping the votes unequal as they are, I mean, I'll say this quite frankly, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I represented a ward that carried 1/3 of the representation, you are darn right I'd be making the speech that I was making. Now, in my ward, to suggest that somehow any of these options don't matter negates the understanding of how this democratic system works, Madam Deputy Mayor. Because as long as the residents in my ward have an unequal weighted vote around this table, they are fundamentally affected. In fact, I would argue they are affected more than the wards with smaller representations. And so for that kind of spin to enter into the discourse that we're tearing the heart out of and diluting, the dilution happened at amalgamation. That's when it happened. It created an unequal balance of democracy in this city. So I've heard conversations around heads up butts and not understanding the system and divisiveness, and I firmly reject all those assertions, because if you don't understand how a representative democracy works, that's where it begins. One person, one vote, which is why I can't support this, which is why I think it is contrary to comments made earlier. Option number one is the gerrymandering option. That is us interfering with the process. We had an independent third party before us, and we're choosing the one that serves our self-interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brenda Johnson.
My question was just about process, and I'm putting my planning hat on again. If staff recommends something and council opposes it, then it goes to the OMB to hire an outside legal and outside consultant. In this case, we have a hired consultant who's made a recommendation. We're going to oppose that recommendation. Well, theoretically, we're actually going for another recommendation. Do we then have to hire an outside lawyer, outside planner, or whatever, to defend the council's position?
Madam Clerk, or to City Solicitor, did I answer that question?
The city would have the choice to hire outside counsel, and that might depend upon our capability to conduct the hearing with our current resources. As far as an expert, it would be advisable for council to get some expert report for its or support for its position.
Okay, thank you. So through you to Ron, we would have to hire outside legal counsel regardless, because we've hired a consultant to come through with a report. We're not following that advice. We're actually following our own advice. Do we need to then absolutely, or does the consultant, are we considering that a third party, so it's not really defending staff's opinion, it's just defending the consultant's opinion?
Through the chair, I think what you're asking, should we or must we hire outside expertise to support the position of counsel?
Right.
And I would say you'd be in a better position by doing that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. So I have no further speakers on this, so I have the motion on the floor. The motion is for option one, moved by Councillor Sam Marula, second by Councillor Judy Partridge. You wish a standing recorded vote as well, Councillor? Thank you. We'll do a standing recorded vote to keep consistent. So all in favor of option one. Councillor Collins, are you in on this vote? So I'll read off. Thank you. You know the rules in chambers. Thank you. So Councillor Sam Marula, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Chad Collins, Councillor Donna Skelly, Councillor Terry Whitehead, Councillor Maria Pearson, Mayor Fred Eisenberger, Councillor Judy Partridge, Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, Councillor Lloyd Ferguson, and Councillor Brenda Johnson. Opposed? Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Jason Farr, Councillor Matthew Green, and that's it. Thank you. So that passes, that carries. Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mayor Fred proposed a good idea, which is that at some point we have a motion asking the province for help creating a third-party assistance, I'll use the word commission, to use Chief McLaughlin's phrase, an unimpeded commission to help our municipality and all the municipalities of Ontario adhere to Section 3 of the Charter, the right to vote provision, more robustly in these proceedings in the future. So we could just send a kind of vague proposal saying, please help, we need an unimpeded commission, and that may be the thing to do. A possible alternative, vague is sometimes good, a possible alternative is something more precise. So if the mayor is on for this and others are on for this, I would propose that we go away, and I'm willing to take responsibility for it directly, to confer with our legal department about how to structure perhaps a more precise proposal, or maybe we conclude vague is good. But I'd like to sort of canvass that a bit more and then maybe bring forward a motion. And I would say this isn't time sensitive. It's not like we need to send a letter today expecting the Premier to change the law tomorrow. Not at all. So like, if the mayor's on for that, I'd like to work with him and legal in the relevant way.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. And I was going to mention on the new business. Mr. Mayor, you want to comment on that as well?
So I'm happy to work with the councillor and legal staff, and I think it would be great if we could bring it to council next week. I don't think it has to be too terribly complicated, but I think the approach is, you know, an outside body, not a consultant, but an outside provincially supported agency that do this across the province, not only in Hamilton but everywhere. So I'm with you on that. We'll work it out and we'll bring it to council. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So that issue has been addressed and attended to today. I'm just going to go back, as Madam Clerk is keeping me online and here. Item 12.2 we passed at the beginning. This was an added item. As a private and confidential item respecting a personnel matter that we had received as an addition today. That matter has been withdrawn. Do we need to move that as withdrawn, Madam Clerk? You have it in the record that it has been withdrawn.
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, because it's already been approved as part of the agenda.
So moving on with the agenda items, discussion items 1 is Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Program 374. I apologize.
No,
sorry.
That's okay. Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, because it's already been
okay. So can I have a motion, please, to withdraw the items 12.2, private and confidential item respecting personnel matter? Moved by Councillor Skelly, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Stephanie. Item 8.1, Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Program, 374 Barton Street East. It's before you. It's Ward 3. Any questions or comments? Councillor,
just to get on the record, because one of them has been the bane of my existence for quite some time. A dilapidated building on Barton Street. So happy to see this move forward, but I need on the record right now timelines for this. I'm not going to support a tax incremental program for somebody who's going to continue to sit on a derelict building.
And who can I turn
sorry,
to?
8.1.
8.1 is what we're dealing
Glenn
with?
knows
Barton Kenilworth? That's 374 Barton Street East, Hamilton. Glenn Norton, get up to me.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. The programs require that in order to get the funds, you have to start work within 2 years. It is our understanding from conversations with Mr. DiLeonardo that he intends to start right away. So we will monitor that.
It is like one, I got to tell you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if you're driving down, it's the purple building that's already kind of, it should be condemned. The fact that this gentleman is taking this, I fully support it and appreciate this program to be able to help the revitalization of Barton Street. Sorely, sorely needed. And that one is one of those ones that really, really, really pulls down the community and the neighborhood. So thank you, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Glenn and his team for putting this together.
Thank you, Councillor. Now may I have a mover and a seconder? If there are no other questions, moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Jason Farr. All in favor? Carried. Item 8.2 is Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant program for 657 and 661 Barton Street East, Hamilton. This is in Ward 3 as well. No questions around the table. Moved by Councillor Matthew Green, second by Councillor Jason Farr. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. 8.3 is the Open for Business Subcommittee Report 16-004, November 29, 2007. Any questions or comments? The only comment I would make, if I could relinquish chair really quick, is this committee and staff on the committee and the committee representatives outside of councillors have done a tremendous job over the last number of years, and we certainly see ongoing improvements that are coming forward and really appreciate that. We've really moved processes at the City of Hamilton forward. We've moved the yardstick quite a ways. So with that, I'll take the chair back. It's moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Ferguson. Mr. Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same. I mean, for those that are, suggesting that we're not making progress here, I think the report and the list of things that I think is evidence that quite to the contrary. Are we there yet? No. There's more to do, and I think there's a commitment on council's part, and certainly the subcommittee's part, staff's part, and in fact the industry's part, that we want to work together to continue to improve and streamline process to the best that it can possibly be, and that truly say that we are totally and completely open for business. But there's more to do, but we are certainly seeing business arrive. And I think that's evidence of the fact that we are improving our process and our systems, and I want to compliment all the staff that are working so hard to do that, that don't very often get credit for the work that they do, because when the industry comes in from time to time, some of them still bemoan the fact that there are issues. Well, I don't think we'll ever be without issues, but we're certainly working awfully hard to eliminate them as much as we possibly can, and I think that's appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. 8.4 is Capital Projects Work in Progress, Subcommittee Report 17-001, minutes of January 19th, 2017. Any questions or comments? I do just have one quick comment. I'll relinquish the chair as being a member on the committee. Thank you to Mike, thank you to Brian and all the staff that come around the table, because it's all departments involved in this. This is the works in progress accounts. That was inappropriate. Okay, thank you. So, sorry about that. Anyways, I'm going to just reiterate. Thank you to staff.
Just noted that you got the vanity fingers and stuff.
I see that. Thank you. Again, get my bearings straight. I want to thank staff, thank all the staff members that sit around this table, the council representatives. We've gone from, and I just went back to my 1 year ago agenda, which was 166 pages of accounts in the WIPS program. Councillor Collins is the chair, and these are 8.5 by 14 sheets, double-sided, and we are now down to 31 pages. So a great number of efficiencies have been found, accounts that could be closed or realigned appropriate to make it easier to understand and follow. So thank you to everyone. With that, I'll take the chair back. And I have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. 8.5 is a property tax blend of properties within the proposed revised ward boundaries report. This is citywide. Just got that this morning. And Mike, did you want to give a bit of an overview on this? And I'm sure you'll mention.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I can just provide a brief verbal summary of the report. In terms of what was requested from staff was to provide a indication of some of costs of the various options, more specifically option number 3, the costs of adding an additional councillor. Staff identified in terms of the geographic area where the councillor's offices reside is there are limits in terms of expanding the area. Consequently, there would be a one-time cost of approximately $90,000, and that would be to repurpose the media room into an additional councillor office and admin support area. So again, that was identified as the one opportunity of expanding the area. In terms of the operating costs, staff identified a range. The range would be $230,000 to $260,000 annually. And why a range? Because councillors will recall the legislative budget has a number of variable factors, including geographic, population factors, that affect the various offices. And so again, in terms of the ongoing operating impacts, it would be approximately $230,000 to $250,000. In terms of some of the other costs, staff have not gone through the exercise of identifying some of the other costs. For instance, as it relates to assessment information, you have to consult with MPAC. When MPAC sends out the assessment notices, there's an identifier in terms of the ward. They would have to make that amendment. I'm not sure if that would be an MPAC cost or a city cost, or again, a cost that MPAC would expect that the city would reimburse. Other costs such as the horseshoe in terms of accommodating additional councillor around the horseshoe in terms of retrofitting the horseshoe, that hasn't been factored in. But in terms of the immediate costs that staff have gathered information, again, it would be accommodating an additional space, $90,000, and the operating impacts of an additional ward councillor. The other information that staff were asked to report back on is the impacts of the various options in terms of ward boundary review as it relates to tax policy and more specifically the capital reinvestment area rating. So the report that you have before you provides you an indication of the mix of the various options and the mix of the properties. You'll see that based on the various options, there's varied changes in terms of the mix, and the changes are principally urban-rural, so there will be different experiences urban-rural, and there will be different experiences of properties crossing former municipal boundaries. And the former municipal boundaries and the urban-rural will have an impact as it relates to tax policies, more specifically the area rating policy. So subject to the outcome of the ward boundary review, staff require some direction and reporting back as to the impacts on the tax policy and getting some direction from council as it relates to potentially amending the our area rating policy. So more specifically, what we would expect based on the outcome of the review is as it relates to if the outcome includes ward boundaries now crossing over former municipal boundaries, we would need some direction from council, and the direction will vary. There will be options. Some of the options are if there are capital reinvestment funds, which currently are applied to wards 1 through 8, former City of Hamilton, and now those ward boundaries are expanded. Will those property owners, in those revised wards now be eligible for that capital reinvestment? So they won't be paying into it, but they may be recipients of those investments, such as road work, sidewalk work, investments into community assets. The other opportunity is to limit the reinvestments to former City of Hamilton boundaries, and that's going to take considerable effort to ensure that any investments made are limited to those properties that fall within the former City of Hamilton boundary. And the final option will be to either eliminate area rating or expand area rating. So again, those are three options that, pending the outcome of the ward boundary review, staff would come back and seek some direction from council. So again, the report before you just provides an indication of the mix in terms of urban-rural and across former municipalities. And again, we would come back to council pending an outcome.
Thank you, Mike. And I just want to point out so you can reflect the correction on page 3, please.
Sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for reminding me. On page 3, it reads, currently properties within wards 1 to 8 and Ward 11 are fully urban. That should read Ward 10, not Ward 11. Apologize.
Correction noted, and I'll turn to Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yep, thank you, and thank you for that report, Mike. As I said before, I was never on board for an extra politician. But the second thing is, if you want to look at how two former municipalities under one ward, then Ward 11 is a perfect poster child for that. Because we have Glenbrook and I have Stony Creek, and I have two sets of taxes underneath each one of those. Urban, rural, urban, rural. So I appreciate it. It's very complex, but it has been done. It was done at amalgamation, and my ward still maintains the Stony Creek and Glanbrook regardless of how this came out today. But I really do appreciate the complexity that you have to deal with, especially with the area rating and the allocation of funds. But I just wanted to point out that it does work under one ward. It's been working under one ward since amalgamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Seeing no other speakers, can we have a motion to receive this report? Moved by Councillor Chad Collins, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go on to motions now. We have a motion before us by Councillor Tom Jackson. Councillor Jackson, did you want to put your motion on the floor?
Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would please, and it might just provide a little lighter note to today's debates that have occurred earlier. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Donna Skelly, 2017 Easter egg hunts at city parks. Whereas these Easter egg hunts are very popular in our community events that take place across the city, whereas event organizers of such hunts are required to obtain approval through the Special Events Advisory Team, securing often liability insurance, rental permits, and safety of the organizers, etc. Whereas these Easter egg hunt organizers are mostly community volunteers with access to minimal budgets, I will vouch for that and the ones I know, and whereas city staff is developing a policy for future years that will assist community event organizers access our city facilities affordably, which includes our parks, therefore be resolved that facility rental fees for Easter egg hunts again this year be waived for 2017, as we've done in previous years. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor, for keeping on top of that one as well. Councillor Ferguson, I'll turn to you for a motion under 9.2.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. This involves a home there that was recommended to be get a heritage designation. Then the owner changed her mind. Now the report's already finished. It was already done once. And so I won't read all the whereases. I'll just read that therefore be resolved that 2042 Jerseyville Road, Ancaster be assigned immediate priority in the appropriate plan and economic development prior to staff work plan to designate for completion in Q1 2017. It's seconded by Brenda Johnson.
Thank you. No questions or comments? All in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Item 10.1. I'll turn to Councillor Marula. This is a notice of motion, sir.
I believe we're waiving the rules and tax rebates for vacant commercial and industrial properties, whereas the province of Ontario has introduced tax rebates for vacant commercial and industrial properties. Therefore, be it resolved, the staff be directed to include in the forthcoming report respecting vacancy rebates time limit on tax rebates for vacant commercial and industrial properties. So that's the notice, and I'll Green, and on the motion itself, which is also seconded by Green as a result of the Barton Kenilworth aspect. Okay. No problem. So just quickly, I'd be remiss of me not to thank former Councillor Morelli, who since 1997 was harping on this particular issue with respect to the importance, particularly surrounding Barton Street. And he was a true champion on this particular front. And then also Councillor Collins, who took up the torch as well. And collectively, in the last 15 years, once we recognized this as a problem, including our staff, we've been very vocal on this issue. And fortunately, the province has come forward with legislation to allow the reversal of what really is, or believed to be, the contributing factor to a lot of the slum landlords that are either speculating and just simply sitting on properties and leaving them vacant, hoping for appreciation, which many of them have benefited greatly in Hamilton over the last 20 years, I must say. Now it's time that we push the envelope to ensure that they're either going to be true landlords, not just simply speculators who are exploiting our neighborhoods for their own personal financial gain. So this will allow the province, as a result of the provincial legislation change, allow us to almost, I believe it's $3 million, $2.6 million if I'm not mistaken. So through you, Madam Chair, to Mike Zagaric, is the $2.6 million figure correct with respect to an impact on this particular item?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, as it relates to vacant commercial and industrial properties, The municipal impact would be approximately 6, and then the educational impact, which would benefit the province, is over and above that 2.6 million. But the municipal benefit would be approximately 2.6 million if the program was eliminated.
Which is incredibly significant, as you know. $2.6 million is a significant amount of money. So, again, thanking Councillor Collins for his leadership on this issue, Councillor Morelli, and for Council support in advance. Thank you.
Thank you to that. And all in favor of that motion? Carried. Thank you. No one opposed. I'm going to move on to Councillor Collins. You have a notice of motion before us with regards to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference.
I would move to waive the rules. Seconded by Councillor Marula. And the motion is that the bid offering to have the City of Hamilton host the 2020 FCM Sustainable Communities Conference from September 28th to October 2nd, 2020 be in.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yep, thank you. And I'm also moving to waive the rules, and it's seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. All right. Okay, thank you. All right. So the motion, sorry? Thank you. So the motion is discussion between the Hamilton Conservation Authority and the Board and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board respecting the Bimbrook lands, that the appropriate staff be directed to arrange for discussions between the Hamilton Region Conservation, HCA, Authority Board and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, MPCA, Board to discuss the possibility of transferring the Bimbrook area currently captures in the boundaries of the MPCA to the HCA. And if I could speak to it, please.
Yes, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. So, you know, Eleonora is with us today. She's in our legal staff, and she's currently working on the NPCA appeal as well as the review for the Hamilton Conservation Authority, or for the conservation authorities. So one of the concerns when this was first introduced was that it needed to be vetted through the person that's actually working on this file. So I just want to get some confirmation from Eleonora. Making her way all the way over here, might as well make it worth your while. Eleanor, you have no problem with this language?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So just to be sure, we wanted to make sure that this wording was very vague. So what it would do is it's just to introduce it, just to get them at the table to start the discussion. So if I may reintroduce the motion moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson, that the motion go forward, please, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. So she's amended the mover and seconder, Madam Clerk. Question on the motion, Councillor?
Now that we drug Eleanor all the way over here,
Sorry.
I think I will ask her a question. Typically, conservation authorities' jurisdiction falls within watersheds. And so the Act does permit an area that goes into the watershed of Niagara to actually be transferred to Hamilton, because that's great if it does.
Well, the Act does contemplate that boundaries may be redrawn from time to time, and typically the boundaries are drawn around watersheds. That is something that we'd have to explore during the course of discussions.
Is there any other conservation authorities that don't follow watersheds? They actually follow municipal boundaries?
There are conservation authorities. I know that there is one up in Northern Ontario where the boundary of the conservation authority is actually drawn along the municipality because it separates a municipality from unorganized territory. There's another conservation authority in kind of the northern tip of Southern Ontario where a municipality has elected not to be part of a conservation authority. So that's another instance where a municipal boundary marks the point, and it does not include that tip of the watershed. So those are two examples.
That's great, because you know, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has been extorting this for a few years now. I mean, you can't seem to get that across the finish line. And so it would be nice to simply transfer this area and the revenue back over to the Hamilton Conservation Authority to manage this. So I fully support this recommendation.
Thank you. I have, thank you, Councillor. I have Mayor Fred and then Councillor Whitehead.
Still prepared to go to jail if they continue to exhort us, but notwithstanding, sorry? Top bunk, absolutely. But so notwithstanding, though, so who? Just so I understand, and I'm not thwarting this at all, but who sets the rules in this? I mean, at the end of the day, I think the province decides what the boundaries are, or is it between municipalities to sort out?
You're correct that it is the minister that determines the boundaries. So right now, all of the Conservation Authority boundaries and jurisdictions are set out in orders in council. Right. And so ultimately, certainly if the conservation authorities are on board and if Hamilton is on board with the change in the boundary, then that would support, the argument. It would make it more persuasive to the ministry when we approach it for permission.
Fully appreciate that, but I assume we have to have the municipality, the conservation municipalities, in this case the region of Niagara, as well as the Conservation Authority and the City of Hamilton all on board on that instance, right? So, I mean, the conversation gets broader. I just don't want to oversimplify it. I think it's a complex issue, and I think it requires attention for sure, but it involves all of those agencies.
It's not a slam dunk, you're right, and there are some challenges, but a very good and appropriate initial point would be for the discussions to begin as set out in the motion. And the Act does not specifically set out the process for this situation. So in this case, the Conservation Authority that has the land within which the lands are located, and we're looking to transfer it to another Conservation Authority. But like I said, the Act does contemplate that boundaries can be redrawn and orders in council can be amended. So it's the start of a journey.
That's great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember when I first sat on the Conservation Authority, the big issue then was when they were constructed. They were constructed by the province of Ontario, and the province of Ontario provided considerable funding to conservation authorities across Ontario. At some point, they abandoned that financial support, and that burden was transferred to the municipalities. So when the original boundaries were drawn, even though, let's be clear, even the Grand River, I mean, that's a water a course that goes through the number of watersheds, and clearly everyone has a responsibility in regards to the conservation authorities and the adjacent municipalities in respect to the impacts on the Grand River. So I take a look at Burlington and Hamilton, and we have shared resources called the Harbor. So, and we work in collaboration on those kinds of issues. So I think one of the questions I asked when there was presentations is clearly this day and age, many of the conservation authorities, there's overlap issues, and they work collaboratively to address those issues. So understanding that those mechanisms are already in place, understanding the political reality of the funding mechanisms that support the Conservation Authority, I think there's certainly room to very least have this discussion, but on a higher, more macro level, the question is whether or not the province should take a look at the whole issue around the boundaries of conservation authorities, and understanding that you wouldn't be compromising the level of services, whether in fact they should be aligned more appropriately with the funding arms or the funding municipalities of those particular conservation authorities. So certainly support what's here today, and it does draw another discussion, since the boundaries of the conservation authorities have not been revisited by the province of Ontario for years, and maybe that's another request that could be considered at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Appreciate Councillor Brenda Johnson officially getting it on the docket today. And Madam Deputy Mayor, the timing couldn't be better. I believe Ministry of Natural Resources is undertaking a review of all conservation authorities at this time, so that timing's perfect. To me, if Binbrook makes all the sense geographically in the world to bring under our domain, and it'd be wonderful to have 10 of 11 votes at the Hamilton Conservation Authority table that we could control and do what we'd like to and invest in and properly look after the Binbrook Conservation Area like we do with Valens, Christie, and all the other areas properly, versus having, if you will, 2 votes out of how many votes at the Niagara Regional table. So for me, that's another reason to seriously explore And we know over the last few years the unfortunate, unsavory type of situation that we've been put in financially with trying to dispute, oppose, appeal higher. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, for those colleagues of mine who I think unfortunately couldn't make it last week at the board's presentation for a variety of reasons, that's exactly how the genesis of this came about. And to conclude, Madam Deputy Mayor, when I asked the CAO of our Conservation Authority, Christopher Thieglin, where the process would start, he gave me the avenue. Succeeding him that day, Thursday, was the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority's presentation. And when I asked their representatives, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that they'd be open-minded to beginning a conversation as long as Hamilton got the ball rolling. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Great conversations and points raised. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Carried. None opposed. Thank you very much, everyone. Going to move on now. Councillor Aidan Johnson, you have a notice of motion before us?
I do, and I have a waiver of rules, seconded by Councillor Farr.
On the waiving of the rules,
yeah.
This is with regards to legal options respecting banning groundwater extraction. Move and second for to move it up to motion. All in Carried. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. And this is the full text of the motion, that staff be directed to report to the Board of Health at its meeting of March the 20th, 2017, on the proposed submissions to the Province of Ontario on water taking by water bottling facilities in response to the provincial moratorium that is currently in place, and associated environmental registry proposals having regard to the City of Guelph's submissions as approved by its council of November 28th, 2016. And B, that the report include the feasibility of a permanent ban on water taking by water bottling facilities. This is a very key part: commercial, non-agricultural, or for that matter, residential water taking within the geographical area of the City of Hamilton. That's the motion, and if I could speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks. So the time sensitivity is this. The deadline for submissions to the province was, I am told, yesterday. Nonetheless, we can submit late, and I'm very confident that our submission will be read. This is a very key issue. What we do with our water today is a matter that future generations will assess and think about. That makes it a very significant point. Water has been referred to as blue gold, and I think that's a very good phrase for water. We do not yet financially value water appropriately. So these are all problems that my motion, in a very beginning way, seeks to think about and do something about. We need to be better stewards of our water. And I'm pleased to answer further questions about this. Before I relinquish the floor, I know we have some staff present who have worked very diligently to help me do the right thing on this file. And I'd just like some confirmation, both from our Public Works staff, through whatever representative of Public Works would like to address, and then from legal regarding the regarding this motion and its appropriateness. So that's my question and request.
So are you directing this for a response from staff? So I think we have from Health Department. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hall, or good afternoon.
Morning, Madam Chairman. The councillor has been working with many people from all the departments because this is a very important motion and report. It impacts planning, public works, public health implications, legal implications around the options that we can provide, and that bringing together a report of this nature will be challenging to do it for the March 20th deadline, but staff have committed to already started on putting this together. So I think it's a viable option for us to be able to present this to the board on the 20th of March and then be able to have those comments transferred over to the EBR so that the province is aware of the position of the City of Hamilton.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I have a speakers list. Sorry, legal wishes to respond or? No.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a speakers list. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Marula.
Yes, thank you very much. And I support certainly the concept of where this was going. I definitely supported the City of Guelph with their resolution that they put forward. I just have a couple of questions through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'm not sure staff that could answer this, but I'll put it out there anyway. Do we have any idea if we have any water bottling companies in the city of Hamilton that actually take water from the city of Hamilton?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. Currently, our research has shown that there's one company that has a permit to take water for the purposes of bottling it, and it is in the Flamborough area. And so the Ministry of Environment has issued a permit for them.
Okay.
And that's the only one of our knowledge that is done for commercial purposes for bottling.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because the water bottling company that we did have went out of business about 5 years ago. So I just wasn't sure if there were any others within the city of Hamilton. But, and I guess just through you, Madam Chair, to staff, I'm wondering if we could consider adding C, which would be to circulate this particular motion to the Halton-Hamilton Source Water Protection Committee, which I sit on, which has a great interest in this, and potentially to AMO and other large municipalities through the mayors. I'm just wondering if the mover would consider that a friendly amendment, and Madam Clerk can put the appropriate list of whoever onto this. And my final question through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, is the permits to take water, they're issued by the Ministry of the Environment, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the Ministry of Environment issues these permits to take water. There's a regulatory process for them to do it, and it's only for those permits that are over, I believe, 50,000 liters a day.
That's correct. And can I ask, do you know if what portion of this review right now that they're requesting comments to come back? I just need a little more information on that, please. What is currently under review that we need to provide a comment to?
Through the chair, the province has already passed a regulation that moratorium on any new water taking permits for this commercial purpose, and also adds new criteria for existing permits, and that's one commenting area, and the other is on a fee.
Okay, thank you. So if I understood you correctly, the moratorium on any future requests, restrictions or some limitations on current PTTWs, and also I can't remember what the third thing was, but I'm fine with all of that. Oh, and the fee structure, which I absolutely agree with. That fee needs to be altered. So I just want to thank Councillor Johnson for bringing this forward, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And I have Councillor Marula and Councillor Jackson. Councillor Whitehead, did you wish to speak to this? You're next. Sorry. Nope. Councillor Marula.
I support what's before us. I'm curious in finding out, my understanding, and I've been told, that there may be some bottling companies that are using Hamilton tap water, bottling it and selling it. Can someone confirm that? If not...
Through you, Madam Chairman, that's a really interesting proposal. We know from a public health perspective, we were notified a few years ago about a company that was interested in using municipally produced water in the city and bottling it for commercial purposes. That wouldn't require a permit to take water because they're not having a well, they're not pulling that water out of the ground. And so that would be just a business setting up its business using municipal water produced down at Woodward and then selling it as a bottled water. I believe CFIA would be the appropriate agency to regulate any company that is selling bottled water, and the regulations would apply. It's not considered a food premise under our regulations in the province of Ontario.
Okay. The reason I ask is if somebody is locally doing that, I'd like to evaluate, firstly, does it exist? Secondly, how much volume are they using? And thirdly, should we be establishing a commercial rate rather than a residential rate charging them? So through you, Madam Chair, if we could perhaps, I'll move a motion that just a small synopsis report on this issue be forwarded to committee for our perusal, and that's seconded by Councillor Collins. Oh, Whitehead, sorry. Whitehead.
What?
On a separate motion, yeah.
We'll come back as a separate motion. I'll come back to you, Councillor Marula, but that's a very good point. Thank you. On that, then, now Councillor Jackson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, kudos to Councillor Aidan Johnson. Noble, I'll be supporting this. I suspect, however, this is probably step one towards step two, and the motion or notice of motion that Councillor Aidan Johnson has alerted and apprised us about down the road about the potential ban of the water bottles within our municipal facilities, which I have some difference of opinion, keeping an open mind moving forward. Today, in terms of this particular step one, I'm fully supportive of his motion. Thank you.
So thank you. No more speakers on the list to the motion. All in favor? None shown opposed. Thank you, Councillor Marula. I'll come back to you.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. The staff be directed to report back to committee detailing whether or not there's any corporate entity using city water for commercial purposes, for the sale for commercial purposes.
Thank you. That's the motion on the floor. No one wanting to speak to that. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We're moving right along. And I'm going to go on now. Councillor Chad Collins, I'm coming back to you with the motion, notice of motion, Federation of Canadian Municipalities of Ontario Board.
Involves Councillor Farr.
Are you moving this up to a motion, sir?
I think I will.
Thank you.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula to waive the rules.
Thank you. All in favor of waiving the rules? Carried. Thank you.
And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marula that the Council of the City of Hamilton authorizes Councillor Jason Farr to stand as a candidate for election to the FCM Ontario Board of Directors, and that B, any costs associated with Councillor Jason Farr's attendance at meetings of the Municipality Ontario Board of Directors are to be incurred by the City of Hamilton.
Thank you. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead, did you wish to speak to that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoa. Guys, please.
I am so proud that Councillor Farr has put his name forward. I did sit on the board for Federation of Municipalities for a number of years. Sat on the committees, Scott DeVell subsequently. I think it is important that we have a voice, and I can't think of a better person to bring that voice to the table. And I wish him all the best, and if he needs any advice on how to run for the seat, I certainly will help with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure Councillor will take you up on that. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Okay, we're going to move on now to general information and other business. Councillor Skelly, you had something?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a safety issue, and I'm wondering if somebody from, if there's no one here from traffic, maybe Chris can speak to this. For a number of weeks now, I've been getting comments and emails and phone calls from the principal of St. Teresa of Calcutta, which is an elementary school in Ward 7. And he is very concerned, in fact, he's very fearful that a child is going to be struck at the newly installed pedestrian crossover at Upper Roundtree. He says he's witnessed cars that are going right through on several occasions, that they're flying through the crossover at the intersection, that they're completely oblivious to children. And just yesterday I received a phone call from a mother of a child that attends the school, and she said her son had a near miss yesterday, despite the flashing lights and the fact that the crossing guard was in the middle of the crossover with his stop sign up. After having blown the double whistle, the car didn't stop until the last minute. The brakes were screeching as the driver attempted to stop and finally stopped just millimeters away from her son. This has happened on several occasions. I think what's happening is that people are just simply don't know what to do with these crossovers. I don't know what we can do about it. I don't know. Traffic's been aware of it. Is there something, Chris?
Mr. Murray, did you want to comment on that?
To that?
Sure, if I can, through the Deputy Mayor. My thoughts are really twofold. Certainly, if traffic hasn't already done it, and I imagine they have, we're going to be in contact with the principal about whatever other further measures that we can put. I guess the other thing too is we'll talk to the police and make sure that where we've introduced something new in the roadscape, that maybe some extra vigilance by our police force could be provided to discourage people from breaking the law. So we'll follow up with I'll follow up with Chief Gertz on that, and then of course talk to Dan through his department that oversees traffic operations.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if I could just add, I have to relinquish the chair to Councillor Partridge. You can also involve the crossing guard section, because I know I had a similar issue. It was at a school crossing area, and certainly involving the crossing guard helps a lot, so they understand what they need to do. Thank you. So that's been direction given. Any other new, taking the chair back, thank you, Councillor. Any other business from any? There's just a couple things I just want to ask, if I could, to Madam Clerk, just because I noticed in the last couple of meetings, Madam Clerk, and maybe a suggestion going forward. Can we possibly see that you get a longer microphone stem so that's easier for you to communicate and we can hear you better? Secondly, I noticed that our screen at the podium, the screen that they see what's there, keeps sliding down as presenters, so if we can see that that can be repaired. Just a couple of things I'd like to add. Thank you. Seeing no other new business or general information, I'm going to move on to private and confidential. We have before us the closed session minutes of the January 18th, 2016 meeting. If there's no discussions, thank you. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Jackson. All in favour? Motion to adjourn, everyone. Moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Partridge. All in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Great day.